Just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Want to stay out of the dark the next time a storm hits? Then reach out to Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore
How we doing on a Monday edition of the Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the Twitter X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Well, sweeperoni, baby. Swept on out of there. Phil swept by the Brouhahas. That's a brouhaha right there if I've ever seen one. That was an ass-kicking all weekend long. Up and down Citizens Bank Park. We got so much to dive into. It was a crazy weekend. You know, If you follow me on the X platform over the weekend, I put out 3 thoughts on the Phillies. And 2 of them actually happened yesterday. We'll get into that. A Mike and Bob baseball chat coming up at 3. Mike McGarry was at the ballpark yesterday. Want to get his thoughts on the feel around the team after just a clunker of a weekend. In so many different capacities, they got their ass whipped by the Brewers. And is it a big picture type of loss? You know, they had built up a 16-4 lead, 16-4 record over the previous 20 games that had people starting to feel better about this team. And look, this isn't to suggest this team stinks, they're awful. This team's going to the playoffs, most likely. I mean, I don't think they're going to miss the playoffs. I will say this, after the weekend, they are no longer in the top spot in the National League East. They certainly, had a weekend where the Mets got to prosper from their schedule. The Mets are out there playing the Chicago White Sox and the Rockies. Now, they do have the Dodgers coming up this week, but they'll go back to playing the Rockies. So while the Phillies are playing real baseball teams now, they have fallen out of the top spot in the National League East, and they are now currently, if you take a look at, and look, it's past Memorial Day. We're not like crazy into September here where you're starting to look at this, but the Phillies have the top spot in the wild card round, to which at Mike Gill's show, I ask you right now, how far will the 2025 Phillies go? Wild card, NLDS, NLCS, World Series. And right now, the votes are coming in hot and heavy, and they're all over the place. It tells you that people are really looking at this Phillies team in a lot of different ways. I will say, I tweeted out or posted out or whatever word you want to use. I'm going to continue to say tweet until my mind and brain change on me. That hasn't happened yet, so I tweeted it out. But I tweeted out a couple things that I thought about on Sunday, just random. And I said, no more Taijuan Walker starts. Find out if he could be a legit bullpen arm. They need bullpen help, plenty of starting options. Keep Taijuan in the bullpen. Well, they listened to me. They did that. I said, Seth Johnson to the pen. Need to see what you have. Well, they listened to me on that one. I don't think they're going to listen to me on the other one, according to reports, but they should have been listening to me before, where they should have just put Harper on the injured list, see if Kemp can play, give him a full 10 days, and get Harper back 100% healthy. He's already missed now 5 games, 6 days. You could have put him out on the injured list for 10 freaking days if he's going to miss 5 of them, if you could have had another body up here. And not having another body up here in the game on Saturday is an embarrassment. That you have to now leave a Cy Young candidate out there to give up 12 runs because you couldn't go to the bullpen, right? And then the game gets to 17-2, and you can't take anybody out of the game because you're a man short on the bench, right? And then, in like the 5th inning of that game, we're on the porch talking about the game, and we're trying to wonder, Garrett Stubbs isn't here anymore. So what Jamoke gets stuck having to be the guy that has to pitch the positional innings? Not 1 inning, but 2 innings in the game on Saturday. So they had to find a poor sap and say, hey, man, we really need you to bite the bullet in this one, Weston Wilson. Will you go out there and pitch not 1 inning, but 2? And Weston Wilson looked like he had zero desire to throw those innings. I mean, he gave no effort. And he was so bad that the umpire actually was calling strikes at balls that were almost hitting the Brewers hitters in the head because that guy was so bad. That's how embarrassing the game was on Saturday. And by the way, for all the Rob Thompson needs to have a pulse, he needs to go get himself ejected. Well, he got kicked out of the game, and the team proceeded to lose 17-7. So I don't think I need to see Rob Thompson just manufacture getting himself kicked out of a game. All right? He got kicked out, and it didn't matter. Yesterday, I think Rob Thompson decided, you know what, I'm going to sit this one out too, because he certainly just kind of let that game get out of hand yesterday. There was a lot of weird things that happened in the game yesterday, but This team right now is at a crossroads of, hey, what are we? What is this team? Because I don't know that even they have an answer to it right now. They're looking around and they're saying, hey, Bryce Harper's not in our lineup. We're not very good. Like, if Bryce Harper's in the lineup, sure, you're a different team. But just that one guy not being in the lineup, you go from a respectable possible World Series contender to you lose 17-7 one day, you lose 6-2 Friday night, no pulse, 5-2 yesterday in a game that you probably should have won. Your defense was Little League-esque. Ground ball to short. The kid playing at Mainland makes that play. Ball hit to left field. Weston Wilson, seriously? That's the route he took on that ball? You know, I've been talking about Weston Wilson. I don't need to see Weston Wilson ever play, ever. He is not a guy that is on a team that wins a World Series. Weston Wilson is a major league player for a team that is Pittsburgh. They are Colorado. That's a team that just needs a veteran player to fill innings. You don't have him platooning on a team that can win the World Series. He's a 4A player, Weston Wilson. Enough with these guys who everybody gets excited about because they have a couple of glimpses. Weston Wilson can't play every day. Defensively, he has no position in the field, and quite frankly, he can't hit at this level, not every day. And the problem is they're having to play him so much because now Harper's out of the lineup, so you're trying to find ways to, manufacture. Got to move Bohm over, so now Sosa has to play third. And by the way, you see what happens when you play Sosa every day? You know what his batting average is down to now? He's under 300s, Edmundo Sosa. You can't expose guys like that every single day. There's a reason why you're good. You got guys in roles that work for them. Sosa works in his role. Start to play him every day, it doesn't go so good. And I like Sosa. I don't like to sit here and say I have to bang on Sosa, but he played the doubleheader against Atlanta, had 1 for 6, played in the Friday night game against the Brewers, 0 for 3, Saturday against the Brewers, 0 for 4, and he had a hit yesterday. In that time, he struck out 5 times in all of those games. I mean, listen, now because you don't have Sosa playing the role that he excels in, this is what the team becomes. So enough with the Sosa has to play more. Enough with the Weston Wilson. Text messages are coming in, 609-403-0973. Hit me up on the text board early and often on today's show, 609-403-0973. Mike, they're the same team they've been the last 3 years, literally and figuratively. Still need a right-handed 4-hole hitter, an upgrading center, and more bullpen arms. Same old, same old. Thanks for the text. Yeah, I mean, listen, I look at this team not negatively, just realistically. I like the team. I want them to win the World Series. I'm not manufacturing reasons that they're not good enough. I'm looking at real reasons why they're not good enough. I want them to win the World Series. I'm hopeful that they do. These are the things that I think will prevent them from that. That bullpen, Friday night, Saturday night, or Saturday afternoon, after the game on Friday night, now, I've been saying this for a while, but after the game on Friday night, Carlos Hernandez cannot pitch on a team that is going to a playoff. You cannot have that guy as part of your bullpen. Can't happen. He just cannot consistently get people out. Hernandez cannot be a part of a bullpen that you want to win a World Series. Max Lazar is a guy that, fine, you want one guy like that, pick one. Lazar, Hernandez, Ruiz. Ruiz got DFA'd yesterday because he was so bad on Saturday. At some point, Dave Dombrowski, and I said that's the kind of game where Dombrowski has to say, all right, I got to do something. I can't just let a 17-7 ass whipping. I can't let that go. I have to do something. And they did. They made a series of moves yesterday that were, I believe, predicated on what happened on Friday and Saturday night. You got Jose Ruiz. He comes in one inning, gives up 5 hits and 5 runs. On a day where Luzardo is so bad that you have to have the poor guy ruin his – I have Luzardo at plus 1,800. I could powder keg that thing now. He's not winning the Cy Young after that one start. His ERA is up to 3.50 plus off that one start. But he can't get out of the fourth. You go to Joe Ross. Then I go to Ruiz. Ruiz is so bad that I can only get one inning out of him. I have to get 2 innings out of Weston Wilson. And guess what? He was the only guy that could get anybody out. So Ruiz gets DFA'd unmercifully on Sunday, and they bring up Seth Johnson. And by the way, I'm not here to tell you that what are they waiting for on Seth Johnson. He hasn't been very good in the bullpen in the minor leagues either. His ERA's up over 5. They're just hoping that he gets to the major league and he has good enough stuff and that working with the major league staff that they can kind of harness him into some bullpen, some sort of bullpen arm. He's only pitched 12 games out of the bullpen. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. You take a look at all of the issues on this team, and it's not a like, hey, they have all these problems, but the problems that they have been the same ones, and they're glaring. The same problems they have, and they're glaring. The bullpen is not as good. You listen, you got rid of Estevez and Hoffman, and now you've lost Alvarado. That's 3 arms that you've lost. You replaced them with 1. The only guy that you brought in here was Jordan Romano. That's it. So you lost 3 arms. 1, it's not your fault. I mean, Alvarado, obviously, well, maybe it is their fault a little bit, but you had Alvarado here, so you basically lost 3 key arms and only replenished with 1 key arm. You can't look at the bullpen and say, even with Alvarado here, and say, this bullpen's good enough. If you watched the team last year in the playoffs, you would say, our bullpen let us down. So you can't sit here and then say, I think we've improved our bullpen. We're better. No. Clarence from Dover. Mike, I see their problem besides the bullpen. Runners in scoring position with 1 out or less is the worst. Yeah, they are one of the worst teams in terms of leaving runners on base, hitting with runners in scoring position. And look, Clarence, I appreciate the text. Their lineup is flawed. Their lineup is flawed, and I'll tell you why. When you have Alec Bohm, okay, who I like. I mean, I've been vocal that I like Bohm. I think he has a good approach. He's gap to gap. He's the kind of guy that should be hitting 6th or 7th in your lineup, not 3rd, not 4th, right? Bohm's fine if you're hitting him in the 6th, 7th, 8th spots like where they were. You've been hitting him 8th. Without Harper in the lineup, you're hitting him 3rd. That's a big problem. No Harper, he can't go from 8 to 3. What team takes their 8 hitter and has to say, you know what, our best option is moving him into the 3 hole? They have no confidence in Castellanos. Real Muto has gone from 5 to 8, back to 5. They're bouncing him all over the place. But that just shows you the lack of depth in their lineup. That shows you the lack of depth in their lineup. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. I tweeted this out last night. You know, Romano comes in the game yesterday, gives up another run, and I said, one of my takeaways from the weekend is a guy with a 7.29 ERA is the guy the Phillies trust the most in their bullpen. Think about that statement. A guy whose ERA, okay, at the time when I tweeted that out yesterday, now that was when he entered the game. That was when he entered the game. By the time the game was over, you are telling me, essentially, that a guy who has an ERA of 7.36 is the guy that you trust the most. What does that say about your bullpen? If you're Dave Dombrowski and you sit down and everybody gets around the boardroom and says, guys, let's talk bullpen here. Who do we trust? Well, there's a guy with a 7.36 ERA. I'd probably say I trust him the most right now. Do we trust Romano the most? Is it Strom? Is it Kerkering? Now, Strom pitched well last night. I like Kerkering. He's got really good stuff, but he doesn't know he just doesn't know how to pitch. He doesn't trust any of his stuff. He's got good stuff. He just doesn't know how to use it. So Kerkering's not a guy I can really trust. It's a tough spot that they're in where their bullpen is really, really limited. They have no options in that bullpen almost every night of the week. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Hit me up on the text board. Biggest Phillies thoughts, takeaways from the weekend. Hey, listen, at least they did something. Mick Abel's going to pitch on Thursday. They listened to me there. I said I don't ever need to see Taijuan Walker make another start. Not because he's been bad. You just know Walker's never starting a playoff game. And you need bullpen help, which means you need to find out if that bullpen help can be a guy you're paying $18 million. Go figure it out. Now, me personally, do I think Taijuan Walker profiles as a bullpen guy? Not necessarily, no. But you owe it to him at least to say, hey, can you craft out a role for yourself on this team? Do I think it will happen? No, I do not think he will pitch all that well out of the bullpen. However, he's a two-pitch arsenal, fastball splitter. So that is an arsenal that a relief pitcher can kind of get by with. One inning, give me your best, empty the tank on your fastball, show me that splitter, and he could possibly help you in that capacity. Do I think it's going to work? Not necessarily.
Mike, you mentioned a name a few minutes ago that I think we need to get back to, and that's Dave Dombrowski. You said, Dave Dombrowski can't watch this past weekend and be like, oh, everything's fine. Like the meme of the dog in the burning house. And I feel like, why don't we look at Dave Dombrowski and said, well, Dave, if you don't think there's anything wrong now, why did you think everything would be fine in the offseason? Because remember, it was Dombrowski after last season. Remember, he said, well, we have enough all-stars. Dombrowski is the one who keeps saying that this team has the ability and the talent. I'm not saying we should overreact to a 4-game losing streak, but it felt like every single flaw was exposed over the weekend.
Well, I will say this. I'm not as as quick to rip on you for going into the season like this and then saying we're okay. You do have a opportunity to fix it at the break, right, at the trade deadline. Now it's incumbent that as I said at the beginning of the year, I think he wanted to give this core another shot to see if they could change, if they could improve, and then make his decisions on, okay, I've given you another half a year here, and we haven't changed. But now I got to do something.
But really quick, isn't there a difference between letting the core do it again and adding to the core someone who's not Max Kepler?
What was available to them this offseason that they could have gone out and got? I agree. The Kepler thing to me makes no sense. I don't know why you go out and get Max Kepler. It doesn't make sense. I said the other day, for $5 million, I would have just said, hey, listen, we really thought Austin Hayes was the right guy. They had said that they tried to get him in the trade deadlines in the past. They really liked him. For $5 million, I would have said, listen, we traded for this guy last year. We really liked him. We want to bring him back for cheap. Instead, you paid $10 million to get Max Kepler,
right,
who's giving you essentially nothing. Max Kepler does not give this team one, other than he's a decent defensive player. I mean, he's a pretty good left fielder, but...
Right, he's good defensively, but the problem is that this team's problem right now...
They need a right-handed bat.
One, they need a right-handed bat, but two, they need someone not named Schwarber Harper to be hitting.
Yeah, Hayes, by the way, 303, 346 on base. He's got 6 homer, 25 RBI.
That looks pretty good in this lineup right now.
You got a guy hitting 300 with 346 on base, 555 slugs, a 901 OPS with 6 homers, 25 RBI. By the way, he has 25 RBI in 31 games. I am not a big Austin Hayes guy, but I'm not obtuse to say, hey, for $5 million, I would have said, hey, if you're bringing me Max Kepler, or for $10 million, Max Kepler, Or for $5 million, Austin Hayes, I definitely think you could have sold me on Hayes a heck of a lot more.
And this is what I mean.
By the way, his 25 RBI, okay, in 31 games. He's missed some time.
Right.
His 25 RBI would rank 4th on this team. Schwarber has 44, Harper 33, Castellanos 30, Trey Turner has 25. Austin Hayes has 25 RBI in 31 games. These guys have all played 59, 54, 59, and 57 games. So this guy has been, by the way, his OPS 901 would be second best on the team. So you would have a highly productive guy. You know what Max Kepler is right now? Hitting 222, 310 on base, 392 slug, a 702 OPS. He's got 6 homer and 20 RBI in 53 games. So, yeah, just square peg round hole there. So
but again,
I don't know what he could have got in the offseason.
But it's not about literally what they could have gotten, Mike. It's the idea that you just brought up a specific example. That's just one example. It's the idea that this team had specific flaws coming out of last season. And instead of trying to recalibrate, rectify, gloss over, do something about them, you could argue that they didn't make the lineup better coming into this year.
You know that.
You let go 2 bullpen arms last year and only brought in 1 to replace him. You were hyper dependent on this idea that, well, we've invested all this money into this team, we're going to run it back. Where you look around baseball, Mike, almost every team in baseball made a significant upgrade at some capacity this offseason.
They would say we did make a significant upgrade. We made maybe the best upgrade of everybody in baseball.
Luzardo.
Exactly. So they made a significant upgrade. Unfortunately, they made it in an area where
they're already strong.
You now have a surplus, so much so that you don't know what to do. You have a surplus of starting pitching, so much so that you don't know what to do with the starting pitching. Now you're blocking Andrew Painter. Mick Abel, by the way, is going to come up and pitch on Thursday. And Rob Thompson said the other day, yeah, he's kind of here to stay. Well, until what? Until Nola's ready. He's not going to bounce Nola out of the rotation. So what if Abel comes up? By the way, the Phillies are adjusting the rotation. They're skipping Zach Wheeler because his wife is due any day. So Sanchez will pick Tuesday, Abel will pitch Wednesday, and Luzardo will now pitch on Thursday. So there's an update to the Phillies rotation. Sanchez Tuesday, Abel on Wednesday, Luzardo on Thursday. So that is a little bit of news. Everyone's going to move up a day because Zach Wheeler's wife is pregnant. She is due any day. I did see a video of her, and Zach Wheeler was in the video, and he's in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit.
I was going to say, which is, by the way, then moving guys is not a big deal because they have an off day today. So guys are actually now going to be pitching on regular rest.
Yeah, the only thing will be Wheeler will be off regular rest. He will be have to get shoehorned back in there somehow.
I mean, I'm guessing looking at the schedule, he would then pitch Saturday.
Doesn't have an update on that. Are they off? No, they're playing Thursday, so they're playing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now, do they play?
They play Monday, a home versus the Cubs.
Yeah, I don't know when they're going to shoehorn him back.
Well, I'm saying if they move Sanchez, Abel, Luzardo, Suarez all up a day. Suarez before was supposed to start on Saturday, so that's why I'm saying maybe they plug Wheeler into Saturday now.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. His wife is giving birth, so he is not with the team right now, so they are down Wheeler for tomorrow night, who, by the way, I know it's like, okay, whatever, but you've lost 4 in a row. Toronto, by the way, has kind of worked themselves back into the wild card mix.
And they got some really good hitters.
Could use a guy who's a stopper right now. Could Christopher Sanchez be that guy? Chris Hernandez is watching on YouTube.
Not the pitcher.
Chris Hernandez? No, that's Carlos Hernandez.
Oh, Carlos Hernandez.
Yeah, bad job by you.
Okay.
Are we spoiled by the Eagles winning the Super Bowl? I get the Phillies are struggling right now, but the last few years we all get excited for Red October. Chris, it's a good point, but I think the point is we've been in Red October. It's exciting, but now you're getting into Sixers territory where they can't get out of the second round. They can't get out of the second round. And I know they've gotten to a World Series and they got to an NLCS, but they keep losing progressively. And now the team is looking very similar to those teams where you got knocked out by the Mets last year, and now you're behind the Mets. Chris, thanks for listening. If you could, hit the subscribe button on the YouTube channel. We appreciate that. Tim M. is watching on YouTube. He says, should have kept Clemens over Wilson. I could sign off on that.
But he's left-handed.
That's true.
The whole point
that is
of this,
true. Tim, I forgot. I'm thinking Clemens is a left-handed bat. That's why they chose Wilson over Clemens.
By the way, Clemens had a horrible error over the weekend with the Twins. I don't know if you saw that.
Was it worse than Wilson's error?
It was like Trey Turner.
All right, coming up next, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, joins me on a sports desk. He was there yesterday. What's the mood in that locker room after 4 straight losses? Find out next. 2:32 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry, Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, was at Citizens Bank Park yesterday. But rough weekend for the Phils. They made a bunch of moves yesterday. They've made a move today. Zach Wheeler has been bumped. He will not pitch tomorrow. His wife is due any day, so he is out of the Toronto series. They moved everybody up today. It'll be Sanchez, Abel, and Luzardo now. It was a rough weekend for the Phils, Mike, and you were in up there yesterday. What kind of mood in that locker room after this weekend? Was it one of, man, maybe we're not as good as we think we are, or just, hey, this is just one of those points in the season where you just got to move on and get past it?
I think there was a realization that it wasn't a good weekend for anybody. It wasn't a good weekend defensively. It wasn't a good weekend for the hitters. It wasn't a good weekend for the pitchers. And it wasn't a good weekend for the manager. And I think the overall feeling or sentiment in the clubhouse is, hey, we've got to be better. We've got to get this cleaned up. And they believe that they will.
They believe that they will, but I want to get your thoughts on some of the things they did on Sunday. They made two decisions. One, Walker will now pitch exclusively out of the bullpen. They're going to give him that shot. So let's start with that. He will not start anymore. They're going to give him the opportunity to go to the bullpen. How does he receive that news? Is he okay with getting this opportunity? Because he seemed frustrated Friday night that he's been kind of getting yo-yoed all over the place.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to talk with Walker yesterday, but Rob Thompson said that although he was sure that Walker would rather be a starting pitcher, he accepted the news that he was going to the bullpen like a professional, and Rob Thompson seemed excited to see what he would do in one inning there. So, I like the move, Mike, for this reason. We've talked about the bullpen numerous times. Trade help for the deadline for the bullpen might be still a couple of weeks away. So you've got to search for internal options, and you've got to find out, hey, maybe Taijuan Walker can become a late inning leverage guy, and that's going to affect what you do at the deadline. So find out if he can do it now and see what that does to your plans as far as bolstering that bullpen in the future.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, Rob Thompson said, I want him to see if he can be a one-inning guy. In other words, higher leverage spots as opposed to, hey, we need you to come in the fifth or sixth and pitch multiple innings, which is kind of what he's done in the past there. So that's number one. Walker is out. They replace him with Mick Abel, who will now pitch on Wednesday because of Zach Wheeler not being available. But I think it might have been you that asked if this is a one-time deal for Abel. No, if he pitches well, I mean, when Nola comes back, I would imagine Abel's the guy who gets bumped here. But what is your feeling on that situation?
Exactly that. I think Rob Thompson, I did ask that question. I said, is this going to be a one-time thing? You remember before the start against Pittsburgh, they told him, even if you throw a perfect game, you're going back to AAA after this game is over. And Thompson said not necessarily this time around. That'll depend on how Mick pitches, and it'll also depend on how fast Aaron Nola comes back. And, Mike, I would say, that we're probably still maybe 2 weeks away from Aaron Nola coming back. I know he threw a bullpen Saturday or Sunday. He's supposed to face live hitters and throw batting practice and have a rehab assignment. So I'm thinking that's at least 2 to 3 weeks. So I think you're going to see Mick Abel for, at least 2 turns through this rotation, maybe 3.
All right, so he gets 3 possible turns through the rotation. He ends up pitching well, let's say. Is it a fait accompli that he gets sent back if he's pitching well? These are all the decisions that keep kind of coming up because the other wrench in the wheel is we keep getting closer to a possible Painter promotion here. So how does this feel like it's going to start playing out? Because we're talking about the bullpen. The bullpen's a problem. You got this big surplus that they don't really know how to play.
Yeah, this is a meritocracy, and it's a nice problem to have if you have an excess of starting pitching. It'll be interesting to see, if Abel throws really well and Nola's healthy, what they do there. Is Abel kind of showcasing himself as a possible trade guy right now? And Dave Dombrowski on a podcast out of New York last week said there's no assurance that Andrew Painter is going to be called up exactly in late June or July, that if things are going well for the Phillies rotation at the time, they might keep Painter in the minor leagues a little bit longer than that. So, hey, it's a nice problem problem to have. My experience is, Mike, that these problems solve themselves. Somebody is going to get hurt. They're going to need a starter. Somebody's not going to pitch as well, and the problem is going to solve itself.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. They made the decision to DFA Jose Ruiz, and they could have really pulled any name out of the hat. Poor Ruiz was the one that got the name pulled out of the hat because it could have been Ruiz, it could have been Carlos Hernandez, but they decided to DFA Ruiz, 5 hits, 5 runs on Saturday, and Seth Johnson is the guy. Do you think this is the first domino in that bullpen?
Well, I think Seth Johnson is up right now just to bridge the gap until Taijuan Walker is ready to throw out of that bullpen. But if Seth Johnson were to impress, if he were to get into a game tonight or tomorrow, they're going to have to clear a roster spot to get Abel on the major league roster. So Johnson is your guy to go down. But if Johnson were to pitch tonight and get some outs, I'm sure it won't be long before he's back. So I think this is, look, to me, everybody on that bullpen is on notice right now. I don't think anybody's positions are assured. And if somebody comes in and pitches well and shows that they can improve that bullpen, they are going to get handed a spot. And the guy who's not pitching well, as you saw with Jose Ruiz, and Rob Thompson said it simply came down to the fact that he thought everybody else in the bullpen was pitching better than Ruiz. That's why Ruiz was DFA'd. Hey, this is a meritocracy, and this team has high goals. The bullpen has not been up to standard so far. So if you show you can get outs, you're going to get an opportunity to pitch in there. Nobody's a Supreme Court justice in that bullpen. Nobody's there for life right now. Everybody, it's almost outing to outing with a couple of those guys.
And that's because so you're saying, if I'm reading you right here, Seth Johnson is not up here because they just want to get some new blood. They basically said, all right, you're here, but once we have to call somebody up, then you're the one that's possibly going back. In other words, they're okay with Carlos Hernandez. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's what they're, they like Carlos Hernandez. They like his stuff. They think he's got a powerful arm. Obviously, he's had an issue with strikes. But, Taijuan Walker pitched on Friday night, started the game through 4 innings. So he's not going to be ready to throw out of the bullpen, to assume his new role until Tuesday or Wednesday. That's why Seth Johnson was called up yesterday to sort of bridge that gap so they're not a pitcher short in the bullpen, and they don't have to do what they did Saturday when they left poor Jesus Luzardo out on the mound to ruin his ERA and probably his chances of being the All-Star game starting pitcher.
I was going to get your take on that because there's a lot of dominoes. Luzardo takes one for the team essentially on Saturday, 3.1 innings, 12 runs, 12 hits. And how did it play out that way? How was it that Luzardo was the guy that they basically said, you got to take one here?
Well, to me, and Rob Thompson said it yesterday, he said he was going to look back at this weekend at his own performance and say, hey, I could have done better here. To me, that inning got away from the Phillies manager and his coaches right there. If you remember in that inning, he got tossed for arguing the ball call. I think they got a little discombobulated with that. They didn't have anybody up in the bullpen when they should have, and they left Luzardo out there 2 to 3 batters too long, and it was really unfortunate for Luzardo. I think, there was no way he should have been out there to sort of wear that sort of beating. He's been too good for this team to be left out there like that. So I thought that was a mistake by the Phillies and their manager. And I think the inning just got away from them with Thompson being tossed from the game and not having a guy up fast enough so Luzardo could be spared that having to wear one for the team.
Right, then he comes out, Joe Ross goes in, he only gets through an inning and 2/3 before, that's the kind of guy where like, hey, Joe Ross, can you give us 2? Can you give us 3? And then they have to go to Ruiz. He gives up 5 runs and they have to get him out of the game to the point where you had to go to Weston Wilson and said, can you give us 2? And he's the only guy that got anybody out.
Yeah, absolutely. That game had position player all over it.
In the 5th inning of that game, Mike, we were wondering because Stubbs was not here. We're like, who's the guy? There's not one guy that profiled as, hey, maybe Sosa, but he was playing third. And because you're short a guy because of Harper, it was almost like you can't throw Sosa. You're not going to throw Marchand. I mean, we were trying to figure out who, and I said, it's got to be Wilson. And then when Wilson got up there, he looked completely disinterested.
Yeah, Weston Wilson is the guy. I think he's the new Garrett Stubbs. He's the new position player / pitcher. Rob Thompson had told us, I think on Thursday night, the doubleheader, that we asked a question like, why didn't you use Weston Wilson here or there? And he said because Weston Wilson was going to be the team's pitcher if the second game of the doubleheader, the game that began this losing streak, got out of hand. So, yeah, Weston Wilson for now is your new Garrett Stubbs. Not quite the same vibes, but he was effective, basically.
I heard you talking to our buddy Kevin Cooney yesterday as I was driving around, and one of the things I heard you say is when you saw the Phillies lineup without Bryce Harper, it kind of makes you open your eyes and say, man, this lineup is not all that deep. I mean, when you have to move Bohm, who was hitting from the 8 hole 2 weeks ago, he has been moved up all the way to 4 and now 3 because you're without Harper. When you take a look at this lineup, Mike, is there a lot of problems, or is it still this, they just need a right-handed bat?
Look, to me, and again, when I mentioned, the defense, I mentioned the pitchers, I mentioned the manager, to me, this offense was a huge issue this weekend. Now, granted, without Harper, I think they've scored 2 runs or less in 3 of the last 5 games, and they have played without Harper in the past, and they have won without him in the past, and they have scored without him. But I look at this lineup, Mike, nobody is slugging. Nobody is hitting the ball over the fence. The Phillies are built to overcome mistakes such as Weston Wilson not catching a fly ball yesterday, such as Trey Turner booting a ground ball right at him. They are built to overcome those mistakes by hitting the ball into the stands. The only guy hitting home runs right now is Schwarber. Turner's not hitting the ball deep. Castellanos has turned into a singles hitter lately. He's not putting the ball in the seats. Kepler is not putting it in the seats. Rio Muto, offensive numbers are anemic, and you had him batting 5th yesterday. Bryson Stott's not hitting home runs. Bohm doesn't hit home runs. This is a team that is built to slug their way past their shortcomings, and they're not hitting any home runs right now. When they don't hit home runs, they don't score. When they don't score, they lose. So I really think the lack of slug in this lineup right now is an issue, and it's been a big factor in this 4-game losing streak.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, PressOfAC.com. Phil's, struggling along right now, hitting the struggle bus. It looks like Harper will play tomorrow. Is that the feeling?
Yeah, I think he'll definitely be back tomorrow. And look, until Zach Wheeler, I guess, was bumped back because of his wife is about to give birth, so they, changed his start and stuff like that. But it would have been good. Yeah, hey, we got a 4-game losing streak, but we're going up to Toronto where we got Zach Wheeler on the mound and Bryce Harper back in the lineup.
No Wheeler tomorrow, right? Yeah, no Wheeler tomorrow.
No Wheeler now. And, hey, you're facing a Toronto Blue Jays team that is playing pretty well. I think they've won 4 or 5 in a row. They can hit the ball. And just seems to me, Mike, when National League East teams, I don't know how you feel about this, but whenever National League East teams go to American League East teams on the road, seems like they just don't play well, no matter who they are or where they're going. Whether it's the Nationals, the Mets, the Phillies, when they go to play these AL East teams, especially in the AL East parks, they tend to struggle somewhat. So we'll see what happens up in Toronto because the Phillies are facing another hot team. The Brewers were hot, and Toronto also hot right now.
They are, and the Phils have to rearrange the pitching. It's going to be Sanchez Tuesday, Abel now on Wednesday. Luzardo will try to bounce back on Thursday afternoon against Chris Bassett, who's been pretty solid for them as well. Those are the pitching assignments for the Phillies. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, PressOfAC.com, right here on the Sports Bash as the Phillies struggle bus the last 4 games here. And the Knicks on the struggle bus. Their season is over. Sorry to tell you that, man, if you didn't know.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. Only 4 teams were left, and it was a good run. So we'll see what happens next season. But it certainly was enjoyable, but a tough one to watch on Saturday night. Hey, give the credit Pacers. And Mike, I think this series, I know Indiana, Oklahoma City it might not excite the casual fan, and a lot of people think Oklahoma City is going to walk to an NBA title, but the Pacers have a very good coach. They've got some good players. They play an entertaining style. I think this series is going to be a little bit closer than people think.
I like this series, too. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. The one question I want to watch in this series is 2 years ago, if I told you Tyrese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam would be leading a team to the NBA Finals, you probably would say there's no flipping way. So, as I watch this, Halliburton and Maxey were drafted in the same draft class. If I told you at the beginning of the year that Halliburton is a better player than Maxey, I think most people would say, no way. But But is that the feeling now that Halliburton has far surpassed Maxey, or can Maxey be the guy that becomes the Sixers version of Halliburton?
Look, I don't think there's any doubt about it. To me, Halliburton is a much more complete player than Maxey. You look at the game that Halliburton played in Game 4, that triple-double game. That's about as close to a perfect basketball game as somebody's going to play. And, Mike, you're hitting on a little bit of a sore subject there with me. I think Maxey is a bit, I don't want to say overrated, but I just think the Sixers might be asking too much of him. I don't think he's a guy who can be your first or second best player on a team that gets to the finals, and clearly that's what Halliburton is.
All right, well, that's something to watch as the Pacers take on the Thunder, and, of course, you can listen to the NBA Finals right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Michael, we'll talk to you Wednesday, pal.
All right, we'll see you guys down the road. Thanks for a few minutes.
All right, thank you for a few minutes. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Well, Wednesday, by the way, it'll be Mick Abel getting the start for the Phillies. 2:48 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Mike and Bob, Monday baseball chat coming up at 3 o'clock. Bob Wankel from the Fighting Words podcast, Crossing Broad, will join me. We'll get some deeper thoughts on this Phillies weekend, big picture thoughts. Vote at Mike Gill Show. How far will the 2025 Phillies go? 40% right now is the leader. I'll reveal which category leads next on the Sports Bash. All right, 253, Josh. The poll question is up at Mike Gill Show. Right now, how far will the 2025 Phillies go? World Series, NLCS, NLDS, wild card. What's your vote? Do you have a vote?
I am going to assume it's NLCS. That's why I tweeted out what I did, where I said close but no cigar.
Okay. Close but no cigar is yours. Votes are coming in. 38%'s the leader in the clubhouse. 25% is second. 19% is third. 16% is fourth. Who do the fans think right now, or how far do the fans think the Phillies will go in 2025?
I think the fans are probably more negative than positive after the weekend.
So you're saying you think 38% would be
Probably like NLDS.
right now, 38% wild card.
Wow.
So it doesn't sound like the listeners think they're even going to win the division. They make the playoffs and they get knocked out in the wild card round. 25%, though, think they're going to go to the NLCS.
Did it with me.
19% say the divisional round, but only 16% think they'll make it to the World Series. You can vote at Mike Gill Show on the Twitter X platform. You can watch today's show, as always, on the Twitter X platform. And when we come back, Bob Wankel, Fighting Words podcast, Crossing Broad, joins me to talk a little Phillies baseball after a disastrous weekend in which the Phillies got swept out by the Brewers. We got so much. It's a Mike and Bob Monday baseball chat next. All right, just after 3, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Disastrous weekend for the Phils. A sweeperoni by the Brewers. Made a lot of moves, made a pitching decision today. Well, they kind of got forced into one. Zach Wheeler's wife is about to give birth, so he will not pitch in the Toronto series. Will we see Bryce Harper? It's a Mike and Bob Monday baseball chat from the Fighting Words podcast, and, of course, Crossing Broad and right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. There he is. Bob Wankel, everybody, is back on the Sports Bash. What's up, man?
What's up, Mike? How are you? Nice weekend, huh?
It was a fun weekend at the ballpark, 17-2 at one point. Are you staying for that game?
I said calling the game on Saturday 17-7 is like calling the Phillies or the Eagles Chiefs Super Bowl 40-22. It's like, come on, that wasn't the score.
No, but is that the kind of game you're getting out of? Do you look?
Yeah, you got to get out of there. Yeah,
you leave
me personally,
early.
yeah, 39 years old. I got kids. I'm not hanging around for that one.
Well, that game there is one of those games. You know, I have Luzardo plus 1,800. Took a powder keg to my bet on the side.
You can rip that bad boy up.
Yeah, how does that happen though? How does it happen where he's the guy?
Well, I mean, I think that
is it egregious? Is this a big mistake? Or are you looking at like how do you leave that guy out there?
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of how do you leave him out there to that point. He gets into some trouble. Things start to spiral on him. The defense doesn't help him. His own defense doesn't help him. You have the balk situation. There's a lot that happens there. And I think that it's fair to say you get to 7, you get to 8. And that point I go, okay, it's a horrible day for him. You've got to turn the page. And look, I get it where the Phillies are at. Walker doesn't give you any length on Friday. You don't want to burn through your good guys because you're thin as it is. You're trying to get him to get you through the inning. I get wanting to slow play it, but it just got way out of control. And I'll say 2 things here. Number one, it's on him to a degree. Like, he's not exempt from blame here. He's a big boy. This isn't an 11-year-old out playing Little League and his coach hangs him out there to dry. Like, you gotta go out and get out. It's like you're getting paid money. You're a Cy Young guy, right? You're an all-star contender, right? A guy that people are talking about as being maybe the 2nd or 3rd best pitcher in the National League right now. Like, go get some outs. So part of this is on him, but I've never seen, and I know there are examples of it. I'm sure you can do a baseball reference search. I cannot recall a guy just blowing up the perception of his season in one afternoon the way that Jesus Luzardo had it happen to him on Saturday. And I certainly don't think his team helped him.
Not at all, but that's where, the microcosm of everything. Well, actually, you go back to Friday night where Carlos Hernandez, I'm watching that game, and I'm like, all right, I don't need to see this guy throw another inning. Like, at what point does Dave Dombrowski on Sunday, I think he literally looks at those, Hernandez on Friday, Ruiz on Saturday, puts both names in a hat, picks one out, and says, someone's got to go, and Ruiz ends up being the DFA guy. Seth Johnson's up here, but it gets to a point where, look, your stuff can only get you so far. If you can't get people out, you can't have these 2 guys in playoff level bullpens. No. I mean, and is that decision he makes on Sunday when they call up Seth Johnson?
Yeah, look, I mean, Ruiz specifically has just been dreadful since returning from the injury. And it was time. And I think it's probably close to time for Hernandez too. I think the Phillies are probably somewhat intrigued by him still. He's a live arm. He can't throw strikes. We all know it. It's not like I'm saying that he's justified his existence on this roster. He hasn't. There's more work to do. He's probably the next guy in line, if I had to guess. That'll probably be on his way out of here. The issue, though, is not Ruiz and the Hernandezes of the world. It's that you're talking about a team that coming into the season, whether or not you think they're a World Series contender, what you think about the team, big picture, it doesn't matter. Table that for a second. This is a team that obviously can make the postseason, and they left the bullpen short. And not only did they leave the bullpen short, now guys that you were counting on are also underperforming, and then that causes more exposure and more criticism for guys like Ruiz and Hernandez and probably Seth Johnson when he gets going, because that's not – I get why they did it. I'm glad they did it. You have to make a change. You have to take a shot. But like Seth Johnson's really struggled with this command. Like, can he throw enough strikes to stick around and be an effective guy? Like, I don't know. We're going to need to see it.
I agree with all the things you said. I also agree that they had to just do this. They had to do something.
You had to do something. You have to do something.
At some point, the results you're getting are not good enough, and you have to say, you just can't get guys out. We need to try to find someone who can. Seth Johnson's the guy. Then they make the decision to say, and I screamed about this the other day. I don't need to see Taijuan Walker make another start ever. He's never going to pitch a playoff game. You're at least giving this guy a chance to have a role on. Now, I don't know that he can fulfill the role that they're asking him to, but at least give him the opportunity, and then you need to find out yourself whether he can fulfill the role. So I give him credit for that. Mick Abel will start on Wednesday.
Yeah, I think it's probably about time after 2 months of kind of yanking him back and forth a little bit that you let Taijuan Walker settle into the role that he is most likely to have a chance of sticking. He's not going to start long-term for this team. He's just not going to, right? So you have to give him a shot at some stability, some consistency, allow him to establish a routine, and give him at least a few weeks to show you what he can or cannot do in a bullpen role. Taijuan Walker has done a great job of bouncing back this season. He looked unusable a year ago. He was that bad. And so I give him a lot of credit for getting back in shape, coming out and performing at an okay level here. Now he's starting to decline a little bit more recently, but you can make the argument some of that's about the inconsistency. I don't think this is going to work. Just so you know, Mike, I don't think it's going to work.
I don't either. I was going to say, does his stuff for you profile fastball splitter? Does that profile, bullpen? Can he throw one inning with, hey, let loose on your fastball, utilize the splitter?
And maybe if he can sit 95 and throw the splitter with some command, it could work. He doesn't necessarily have to be the closer or the eighth inning guy or coming in and dropping the hammer late in the game in tight spots. Can he even be a guy that on a night where your best arms, your starters don't have it, and you find him in a 2-2 game in the sixth? Like, can he give you that inning? Maybe. Right. I just got to be honest with you. I don't believe in him.
We're on the same page there, but I do think that he's pitched well enough, not to mention he gets paid $18 million, so he's not going anywhere, right, that he deserved the opportunity to try to find a role. Because he
certainly deserves the opportunity, and he most certainly deserves the opportunity relative to the rest of what they have out there. Like, I have no issue whatsoever with giving Taijuan Walker 3 to 4 weeks of run this month to say, like, win a job, keep a job.
Absolutely. All right, Bob Wankel, Fighting Words podcast, Crossing Broad, Phil's so much yesterday in the game. Defensively horrible. At what point though does the Turner thing become a conversation or not at all? That ball's a routine play.
Yeah, it's about as bad as it gets. And I know that, people are saying, well, he's been better this year. And to be honest with you, even by advanced metrics, he has been better. But the bar was not exactly high coming in. He's only made 5 errors. Well, it's almost impossible to make an error as a Major League Baseball player in 2025. Like, I don't even know what an error is at this point. So I don't go by quantity of error either. He's not a good defensive shortstop. And he's worked hard and all the things that, they say on the telecast, they're nice and complimentary of him, and his work with Bobby Dickerson pregame and all of those things. It's all real. And I'm sure he wants to be better, and he knows he has to make that play and all of those things. But he's just not good enough. And the Phillies probably should have approached him coming into the season about not playing shortstop anymore. And I know he wants to play shortstop, and that's what they signed him to do. And maybe they get there a year from now. But I think it's just a matter of how often will that happen, not if it's going to happen.
Yeah, listen, for the people listening out there, I guess you can speak to this. You've been inside that clubhouse. You just don't walk up to a guy making $300 million and saying, hey, man, you're moving to second base, or you're playing center field, or, hey, you're going to play left field, a position you've never played before. That's not how this works, right?
No, it's not. And I know people want it to be that way. And some people would use that contract to go the other way and say, well, that's exactly why you should be able to have that conversation with him, because you're paying him that much money. But there's just more to it. You get veteran players, especially guys that are high-profile players, and there has to be a conversation here. And maybe the Phillies went to him and said, look, long-term, we might have some different plans for you. 25, if you want to do this, you need to have a good year and really do it. But it's not just
that's how I think it went, Bob.
Hey, go play center field.
Right, that's how I think it went, Bob. Hey, 25, we're not going to move you. But if it's not getting better, we have to have a conversation.
He's a smart guy. He's not a dumb guy. I think he knows that the writing's got to be on the wall here. And then the question is, you get into a gray area. I think that most of us would agree that it's not been good enough, but you could point to it and say, well, he's gotten better, and all the metrics say he's gotten better. So does that buy him another year there?
Yeah. All right. When you look at the lineup yesterday, and I know Harper's not here, but when that's your lineup without Harper, how's that look?
It's tough. I mean, the biggest issue for the Phillies right now is not their performance against left-handed pitching. It's their performance from their right-handed hitters against left-handed pitching. They just don't have enough. They're not getting enough. And I look at Wes Wilson. He's hitting it under 200, and that's bad enough. But then you look at what he's done against left-handed pitching this year. Like, this guy is here to be an option off the bench against left-handed pitching, or to be potentially a platoon piece against left-handed pitching. He's 4 for 22 with 8 strikeouts against lefties this season. Like, he does not warrant a roster spot at this point. And that's just the unfortunate reality. I mean, he seems like a nice enough guy and all, but like,
took one for the team on Saturday.
It's just not good enough. And then,
he got 6 outs on Saturday.
Yeah, that's probably been his biggest contribution. And I don't mean this to be funny, but like, that's probably been his biggest contribution to the team so far this year.
Yeah.
And you got a guy like Otto Kemp who's performing down at AAA. He's having a really good year. He's been consistently good. And I know there's some defensive liabilities there. Can you really run him around left field? That's not what he's supposed to be doing. But my point would be this. If you're so unconcerned about your shortstop and his defensive liabilities, does it really matter if Otto Kemp isn't giving you great defense in left field once a week? I mean, who cares? Like,
right.
the kid has earned it. And he's not 19 years old, by the way. Like,
well, it doesn't help that Wilson can't play left field either.
So you got a guy out there who's not a good defensive left fielder. He's not hitting left-handed pitching. So bring up somebody with a shot of upside. Yeah. If you're worried about the defensive part of it at this point, I mean, that's crazy to me. The best argument that you could make for keeping Otto Kemp in AAA right now is he's having a really good year statistically. We don't believe in him as a Major League Baseball player. Hopefully he can go down there and continue to rip it up for the next 7 weeks, and we can fool a team as part of a trade package and ship this guy out of here and get something for him. And I don't think that the Phillies necessarily feel that way, but if you're going to leave him down there beyond this week, then that better be the reason why, because there's not a good one beyond that.
That's a good point. Bob Wankel, you take a look at, Weston Wilson, the Sosa. Now you're seeing Sosa play every day at third base. He's under 300 now all of a sudden. But this is all predicated on the fact that Bohm has to shift over to first base. But my point on the question with the lineup is Bohm's hitting in the 3-hole all of a sudden because you got nobody else. I mean, they're back to Alec Bohm having a hit in the middle of the lineup. And because Harper's out, he's hitting third all of a sudden. He went from 8 to 3 in a snap because that tells you what they think of Castellanos, Real Muto, who's already been from 5 to 8, back to 5, because they just don't have any options. So I go back to, do they got to find another bat?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've had this conversation a handful of times now, and I think that this weekend just sort of is the latest, evidence or illustration as to why we're having the conversation as frequently as we are. JT Realmuto came into yesterday's game hitting 107 against left-handed pitching. He had the RBI single off of Quintana early yesterday to give him the lead, but those hits have been few and far between. I think he's 7 for 57 against lefties, or was yesterday coming in. I mean, that's obviously not good enough. Alec Bohm, great job by Alec Bohm to get up off the mat and kind of give his season some life. His numbers aren't dreadful considering what they were after the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season, and I think that you can applaud that. But I think that the question Alec Bohm needs to be able to answer at this point is, can you hit when it matters, when we're looking for you to really be an impact guy? You did it at the beginning of last season in the first half when you were a doubles machine, but we haven't seen that guy for almost a calendar year now. And even look at some of the situational stuff this weekend. I know he had a homer late Saturday. That's great. Wonderful. It feels like every time he comes up in a big spot, he seems to struggle. And like, they need him to deliver, especially if they're going to hit him 3, 4, 5, 6, anywhere in the middle of that lineup. They need more out of that guy. And lastly, you look at Nick Castellanos, the strikeout rate's way down. He's putting the ball in play more. He's doing what a lot of fans asked him to do. He's hitting 308 against left-handed pitching this year. Pretty good, right? Not bad. OPS over 800. Pretty good. He has 1 home run against left-handed pitching this year. It's not enough from a corner outfielder that you're paying to drive the baseball and do damage.
I agree with all of that, to which then I would volley back to you. How do you put this lineup together even with Harper in it? I mean, do you just stick with Bohm in the 4-hole? I mean, do they have a different option? Not in the 4-hole. He's been hitting 5. They moved Schwarber up to 2 for some reason. I just hit Bohm 2 right now while Harper's out, I guess. Maybe Sosa? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Sosa's just been so bad lately, and you're kind of seeing why he's not an everyday player. Now, Sosa's going to get on a roll again because that's what he does, and maybe you can ride that hot streak. I think the problem with the Phillies, we talk about the inconsistencies of the offense. Well, that's because they have inconsistent hitters, and what you have to do if you're Rob is basically try to predict, and then when it occurs, ride the wave of the guys that are going well and say, all right, how do I piece this together to get the most out of them this week or in this matchup? And so the Phillies are not going to have a consistent solution in terms of their lineup, probably for the remainder of this year, because I don't think that they have enough guys that you can say, independent of opponent, left-handed, right-handed, what they profile as or their pitch groupings, like this is my 7th hitter tonight, or this is my 2 guy. Like you really have to look at all the numbers and try to piece it together the best you can.
Yeah. Where are you with Stott in the leadoff spot? Are you done with that, or you okay with that?
Well, it's a great question. And the thing is, in an ideal world, he's not hitting leadoff. His on-base percentage just simply does not justify him being in the leadoff spot. And, it's a shame. Like you want this guy to take the next step and be this borderline level all-star type. I think we all feel like that's in there somewhere, but you're 4 years into his major league career. And I mean, he has a 320 on base percentage this year. And by the way, he had 315 on base percentage last season. So it's basically the same thing. And we kind of excused away, not him, he didn't make excuses, but I think people like myself, a lot of fans who want to see him succeed said like, well, he's playing hurt. He had the elbow thing. It's the same numbers. So like, is this just what he is at this point? And a 320 on base percentage obviously is not anywhere near good enough to hit out a leadoff spot. And
by the way, his on base percentage as the leadoff hitter is under 3. I mean, it's his numbers as the leadoff man are pretty bad. And in the last month, by the way, his last 28 days, his on base percentage is 283 with a 224 batting average. I mean, you can't hit that guy
leadoff spot. Has a 297 on base percentage with a 653 OPS this season.
Right, exactly. So at this point, you just keep Turner in the leadoff spot. Now you go back to, okay, then who hits 2? Goes always back to, they just are a bat short, maybe 2 it seems like now.
Yeah, you know what? I'll say this. Like where I disagree with maybe it's a vocal minority. I don't really know how many people feel this way, but I hear, and I know you see it a lot too, like this team stinks. See, this is why I can't buy in. They're not a legit contender. Like I disagree with that because of the starting rotation. Again, now if they hold up, like Luzardo, he's had an injury history. He's thrown a lot of innings. We saw him break a little bit on Saturday. We're not having that conversation right now. Like, is he all right? Even if he's physically okay, like, is he going to perform at a high level for the next 4 months? I don't know. Like, we'll see. But based on what they have on paper, I think that the rotation is good enough that it makes them one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the National League. And they have some good parts around that in terms of the lineup, but they need help. And if this is the team, if this is largely the same team come August 1st, then I'll bang the drum louder than all the naysayers right now by saying this team has no shot to win a championship. I think it's good enough to be in position at the deadline to do some things that can make you a championship contender.
Well, you saw this weekend why I think it's hard, because you've had the pitching. 2011, you had great pitching, and your offense let you down. Last year, your pitching did not let you down. Your bullpen imploded, and you scored 5 runs in your 3 losses. So you had good starting pitching in the past. And then it only takes one bad start from Luzardo where he just doesn't have it. And guess what? Luzardo's track record in the playoffs has not been good. I mean, he's pitched 4 playoff games, an ERA of 6.80. I mean, so Luzardo has not been a guy that you could say, I know come playoff time that guy gets me outs. I mean, really, you got Wheeler, you got Suarez. The other guys have really spotty playoff track records. So your strength, if it's not pinpoint perfect for 3 weeks, you're in trouble.
Well, Phillies have to make Dave Dombrowski specifically has a decision that he'll have to make in about 2 months, which is, do I want to have a team that wins 90 games and we play the let's see what happens angle once we get to October, and then I can lose some of this salary and try to keep the thing on, keep it going for another 3, 4, 5 years? Or do I really want to go and go find a difference maker and have to give up something that hurts a little bit? I'm going to need a difference maker out of the bullpen. I'm going to need a difference maker in my lineup. It's going to take 2 trades of consequence, and that's if Mick Abel is converted to the bullpen. Like, let's just say, like, right now, Mick Abel's a trade piece or Mick Abel's a bullpen solution come August, whatever the case may be. Like, I love his arm, and I think he's done a great job to pitch himself back into the conversation as an interesting prospect. But we don't know what that's going to look like. Do we know for sure that Mick Abel is going to be a lockdown 8th inning guy on the fly in the middle of a pennant race? I don't know that. That's a heck of a lot of projection, man.
Yeah. Had Keith Law on Friday's show, and he referenced Abel as the guy that he would trade for these reasons, that his just doesn't have the command. He's like, yeah, he comes up to the majors, has a great game, went back down, walk 4 guys. You can't walk 4 guys in 1 inning if you're pitching out of the bullpen, if you don't have that kind of command. So kind of talked about him as the trade guy. He mentioned Crawford. I want to get your take on this. He thinks Crawford could come up and hit big league pitching right now. No question about that in his mind. But what kind of impact would he have on this lineup, which lacks power and pop? He doesn't provide that. So if you call Justin Crawford up right now, is that let's say he succeeds and he's doing what he does in the minor leagues, hitting 320. I don't know if he's going to get on base 400. Let's say he's on base 370. Is that the player that this lineup needs?
Well, look, there's 2 ways to answer that question.
Because I would say you're not going to hit him in the leadoff spot, right?
Well, and that's kind of what it is. Like, I don't know. Can Justin Crawford give you the numbers that we just referenced from Bryson Stott? Because at least he has plus speed that goes along with it. So I mean, if he's going to have a 370 on base percentage, then yeah, you're going to hit him leadoff.
Okay, so if they called him up and hit him leadoff, that would be a yes. But if they called him up and hit him in the 9 hole, which is what I would assume they would probably do, right?
Look, I'm probably not the right guy to answer this because I don't know that he's ready, and I don't know that he is the level of prospect that some people here seem to think he might be because of that lack of pop that you're referencing. This center field situation, I'm just saying this one more time. This center field situation is so embarrassingly below grade that if Justin Crawford can simply come up and catch the balls that are hit to him and have a decent read on some baseballs and know when to call off a corner outfielder, I would take 250 with a 320 on base percentage and just let him run around. That would be, to me, an upgrade. Because
the other domino is if you call Justin Crawford up, who hits left-handed, does he platoon with Rojas? What happens to Marsh? I mean,
that's why I think that's part of the reason it hasn't happened yet, because I think the Phillies have some answers to make at the deadline, and I don't think they want to make a move on those other 2 players yet. Like, I think that they're like, let's let Justin Crawford continue to get some more at-bats, and we don't have to make the decision yet on Rojas or Marsh, because I think that those names are going to come up in conversations as we get deeper into July.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's June 2nd. I have now come to terms with Justin Crawford will be playing center field for this team at some point. I mean, that is what, at first you're like, okay, how far these guys are, Marsh got hot after he got called back up, but he can't play. I mean, they've got to understand you're doing your team a disservice.
If the situation with Brandon Marsh next year, here's how Brandon Marsh is on the Phillies in 2026. He is here to hit right-handed pitching, and he's here to play either right field in a platoon spot or left field in a platoon spot. There's no Brandon Marsh in center field unless it's an emergency situation. There's no, hey, we think he can take a step forward against left-handed pitching. That's all over after this year if he's here.
By the way, your thoughts on having to possibly watch Nick Castellanos another full season play right field next year and bat 5th?
You know what? He's such a hard player to talk about because he's sure-handed out there, but he has no range. He's done a great job cutting down on his strikeout rate, but he has no power, or he doesn't hit with power. I don't say he doesn't have power. He has not this season hit with power. You look at the batting average and say, well, that's pretty respectable, but I mean, he always leaves you wanting a little bit more. That's for sure.
Yeah, I thought about that the other day, and listen, I'm tough on Castellanos mainly because I like the signing.
I loved the signing.
Me too. Love the signing. The ROI has just not been there. I mean, he's the guy. He's the Pat Burrell. He hits a 3-run homer when the team's up 9-1 already. It's like, great, you had a home run. We didn't need it today. We needed it when the bases were loaded and you were up and we were down 2 and you struck out and gave me a lousy at bat. But the fact that they got to pay him $20 million again next year is infuriating to me.
Not the
All
best.
right, it is a Sports Bash Monday. There's a Mike and Bob baseball chat for you guys out there. Check him out at Bob_Wankel, Fighting Words Podcast, Crossing Broad. See you, man.
All right, Mike. Talk soon.
There you go. All right, Sports Bash Monday. Mike and Bob chat's back on Friday here. Let's get you ready for the weekend set. Phil's right now, day off tonight. No infuriating baseball tonight. I love the ups and downs of a baseball season. You know, somebody messaged me the other day, the Phils are 16-4 and you're ripping this team. I don't care that they beat the Rockies and the A's. Okay, great. They won 16-4. What do you want me to tell you? They're not going to play the Rockies and the A's. I hate this one. They can only play who's on their schedule. Of course. And if you lose those games, horrible. You have to win those games. But I can also say, I have a feeling, just me, maybe I'm wrong about this. I don't think they're going to play the Rockies or the A's in a playoff series. So beating those teams is expected. It's not a pat on the back. More Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the Twitter X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show.
It's a new blueprint for the league, man. I just, I think the years of the super teams and, stacking is just it's not as effective as it once was. You know what I mean? This NBA, since I've been in the league, this NBA is very trendy, it just shifts. But the new trend now is just kind of what we're doing. OKC does the same thing. Young guys get out and run, defend, use the power of friendship is how they call it.
That is Pacers center Miles Turner describing the new NBA. Young players get out, defend, run, and the power of friendship. Do any of those areas fit the 76ers? Are they young? Do they get out and run? Do they defend? Do they even like each other? Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Miles Turner, who has been with the Pacers for 10 years, he said, look, that's the new NBA. That's how you build teams now. You have all these teams and, you have all these players who are young. They get out, they run, they defend. Do the Sixers have any of those guys? Do any players on this roster profile as young, run, out, defend? I mean, Maxey is young. He can run. He can get out. Not a great defender, not the biggest guy in the world. I talked about this with Mike McGarry in the 2 o'clock hour. See what you guys think out there. If I were to ask you 2 years ago, who would you rather have, Halliburton or Maxey? What do you think the answer from our audience would be?
It's a good question because I think most people those years ago probably were not hyper familiar with either one. They might have leaned Halliburton just because I think Halliburton is the grass on the other side of the fence. He's the guy that you don't have that you always want to have.
Yeah. I mean, if I said right now, 2 years ago, it's Maxey and Paul George or Halliburton and Pascal Siakam, how many people think would say, I'll take Halliburton and Pascal Siakam?
I don't think many people would have, just because I think a lot of people at this point love Maxey.
Maxey, to me, it's the funny, again, I'm talking about Sixer fans. If you were to say to Sixers fans, you could have Tyrese Halliburton or Tyrese Maxey. Which one are you taking? I think almost every single person listening would say Maxey. Not even a question.
Because they love him so much.
Right. And now people are like, oh, my God, they have Halliburton. So I guess my question is, when you look at the Sixers, who are really led by Embiid, Paul George, and Maxey, you hear what Turner said. That team is kind of a Halliburton, Pascal Siakam, and then it's just a bunch of, parts. They're all, young athletes. They run, they get up and down, they defend. How far are the Sixers from the Pacers? When you watch that Pacer team, do you watch that team and say, oh, man, we're way off of that team? Because I asked that question. Maxey and Halliburton were drafted in the same draft, 2020. Halliburton's 1 year older. He's 26. Maxey's 25. Does Maxey is the gap so far between a player like Halliburton and Maxey? Because I think people look at the Pacers and say, Halliburton made this huge jump, and that's why they're where they are. Is Maxey leveled off? Can he make a jump? Is there more in him? Is he a player on the same plane and stratosphere of Halliburton? Is Halliburton just way better than Maxey? How does everybody out there view Halliburton and Maxey? Because I think those two are pretty important in this conversation.
I would say that Maxey can make a jump because he's still young and he still has time to make said jump. You look at some of the guys in the league today, they did not all have their greatest success immediately or early in their career. It took them some time. So, the Kawhi Leonard that helped the Raptors win a championship was a much better player than the Kawhi we saw with the San Antonio Spurs, just to use one example. So I do think there's more in Maxey.
So if there's more in Maxey, how close are they to the Pacers?
Well, that's the difference. I don't think they are close because they're missing a lot of the elements that Miles Turner mentioned. They're not young. They're not fast. They're not running up and down the court. I mean, they may like each other. They seem to like each other, but liking each other is not a prerequisite for success in any sport.
I listen. I think it's not a prerequisite. You don't have to like everybody, but I think it helps. I think Miles Turner said, "Yeah, we like each other."
But it helps when the pieces fit together. You know what I mean?
That helps make the pieces fit together, though. You know why? Because you don't have guys saying, "I should be in that guy's spot." You don't have guys saying, "I'm better than that guy. I should be getting those minutes."
Right.
That's where you can't have you don't have to like everybody, but you can't also have people thinking, "I'm better than you and I should be in your spot."
Well, it goes back to the whole how do you build your roster, okay? And it's the whole Howie Roseman. Remember Howie Roseman said, I'm not going to bring anyone in here that I can't bring my kids into the locker room and say, avoid that guy. Not every team is building their team with that kind of mentality. And I'm not saying everybody should be kumbaya necessarily, but there is an element, as you said, to guys not looking at each other with disdain.
Yeah, but I think if you asked everybody, now the Pacers went to the Eastern Conference Finals last year. About to mention, they won the in-season tournament. Mm-hmm. Everybody kind of laughed at that. Who cares? In-season tournament. Do we look at that differently now? That team won the in-season tournament. They went to the Eastern Conference Finals. And even though that team went to the Eastern Conference Finals last year, did anybody look at them as a legit contender in the East?
No, they didn't, because the problem in sports is we get so hung up on who the superstars are, Mark. We don't talk about the reality that winning in sports comes down to styles make fights. It's the idea that a team like the Pacers, a team like the Knicks, constructed their teams in a way that said, this is how we neutralize Boston, Cleveland, Milwaukee. They overtly built their rosters with that intention in mind. So, yeah, we may joke that the Knicks got Josh Hart, Naismith. Naismith is the guy for the Pacers, right? We may laugh at when those teams have those guys, but the reality is those guys were huge parts of slowing down these mega teams that have these star studs like Boston, like Cleveland. And by the way, Giannis was incredibly frustrated to the point now there's reports that he wants out of Milwaukee.
Yeah, I just look at this Sixers situation, and I look at Maxey and I look at Halliburton, and where Halliburton was thought of to be a year ago, 2 years ago, and what he has become. Can Maxey elevate himself to that level? If he does, if he becomes – now, the difference between Halliburton and Maxey's a better scorer. Halliburton is a better distributor, better ball handler, better passer. But Maxey's the better scorer. He averages about 26 a game, whereas Halliburton probably could score more if he wanted to, but he's in the 19-point-a-game range. He averages about a little over 9 assists a game. Maxey's in the 6-assist range. So his game is probably – Halliburton's a little bit more all-around better than Maxey.
Right.
But if Maxey elevates to that level, what else do the Sixers need? But that's where you look at the Pacers and say, well, they've got Nesmith and Nembran and Mathurin and all those guys. That's where I think the Sixers have they found their complementary pieces? Because as it's talked about now, these super teams are kind of dissolving. So you have Embiid, you have George, you're stuck with them. But are the other pieces, the McCains, the Edwards, the Bonas, are they enough? And I look at that and say maybe that's where your big difference is.
Well, I go back to a point that you made last week here, Mike, which is you brought up that look at what happened with the Pacers and the Knicks the previous season, right? When the Knicks landed OG Anunoby, a guy who looked really good in the Sixers uniform. When they landed Pascal Siakam, another guy who had been really good in the Sixers uniform. The Sixers need to land those kind of guys. To me, the Pacers and the Knicks don't reach the Eastern Conference Finals if they don't make those trades. Mm-hmm. To me, the key for Maxey is not just Maxey elevating, it's getting him a guy like a Siakam, or for Brunson to have all of those bros with him, around him. No offense, but Paul George and Joel Embiid, they don't fit those profiles.
Yeah. They don't fit young, run, out, defend.
At all. Because no offense to Embiid, he is a league MVP. But I'm not looking at Joel Embiid run up and down the floor and, outpace another team. Paul George, listen, he could average a double-double next year. But he ain't running up and down the floor outpacing people.
No. And that's where you're looking at, if you're hearing what Miles Turner's saying, They get out, they run, they defend, they do all that stuff. The Sixers are not running up and down. Now, what I will say is this. I talked about this a lot during the Golden State era. You can't out-Warriors the Warriors. So you got to put together a team to make the Warriors do something different than you.
Right.
Get them out of their comfort zone. Can the Sixers get Indiana out of their comfort zone and say, you want to get up and run and out defend and up and down? We want to go slow. We want to make you defend us. We want to get – that would be possibly one angle, but I don't know. By the way, I want to read Willie's text here. It says, Mike, great subject today. I think Tyrese Maxey and Halliburton are both really good players. As a Sixer fan, I still lean towards Maxey. I think Maxey works really hard, and still has room to grow. I think there's still somewhat of a ceiling for Maxey where Halliburton may have leveled out, which isn't a negative thing. I believe there's more to Maxey. So there's Willie, a Sixer fan, who thinks that Maxey is actually the better player.
And that kind of led me to the question I was going to ask you, Mike, which is, for the Sixers, if they can find the kind of players to counter, the role players, to counter what the Pacers and other teams do well, could that be an answer?
Maybe, but this is the only, if you are a Sixer fan and you're saying this team is done, they're a disaster, they're a mess. I don't know if they're a disaster or a mess. I think if they're healthy, if I were to say right now, I'm guaranteeing you that George and Embiid play in the playoffs healthy. They're in the playoffs, they're healthy. Do you look at that team and say they can compete then?
They can compete, but I don't know if they can win a championship because they still so the reason I'm asking this is because, Mike, if you look at, we know Maxey and Embiid and George are here, right? But who are the other two going to be? That's the big question. So if the other two are players who, let's say the 2 guard is someone who can match up with Halliburton. Let's say the 3, you get a 3-and-D guy who can match up with Tatum and or Brown. Is those role players, if they're the athletes who go up and down the court, is that enough to offset the fact that Embiid and George are not doing that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and that's the thing. It's okay, Paul George and Pascal Siakam, they would be the, Miles Turner and Embiid, George, Siakam, Maxey, Halliburton. Then it's the other pieces that you're okay.
Is Quentin Grimes enough?
See, that's the thing. I think you just look at a guy like Quentin Grimes, and it's hard because he played on a team that was bad. He scored 20 points a game while he was here. He's a little bit bigger. He's a guy that can defend long. Siakam, by the way, who is he is going to be 31 years old next year. So he's not a young guy, but him and Paul George about 6'8", long, both guys who do a lot of similar things. He's just a couple of years younger. I mean, just more athletic than George is right now. It's just you don't look at – it's just weird because in the NBA, it's always stars. And now, as Miles Turner said, well, it's not stars anymore. It's not these super teams. I don't think we look at Halliburton and Pascal Siakam as star.
Well, we don't see them as superstars. We see them as all-stars. There's different tiers.
And that has always kind of been they're just all-star players. You can't win with all-stars. You got to have superstars.
And then you saw in Eastern Conference Finals with teams that were full of all-stars, not superstars.
Jeff is watching on the YouTube channel. He says, yikes, that was a depressing Phillies segment with Bob. Am I the only Phillies fan who's not worried? Thanks for watching, as always, Jeff. Hit the subscribe button if you can. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think Phillies fans have the right to just be hey, I know this team is good, but are they World Series good? That is what I think people are talking about, Jeff. You can't tell me you're not a little worried that their bullpen isn't good enough or that their lineup lacks a little depth and pop. I mean, look, Nick Castellanos has to be able to hit 25 home runs. They need him to be that guy. If he can't hit 25 home runs, who else on this team besides Schwarber and Harper can hit the ball over the fence? Nobody right now. Nobody. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. We're going to update the poll question. How far do you guys think the Phillies will go this season? It's getting closer. Keep voting at Mike Gill Show on the X platform. All right, 353, going to update the poll question. How far can the Phillies go in 2025? Wild card, NLDS, NLCS, World Series. Josh, the poll question is still a lot of people voting right now. It's moving around a little bit. World Series is coming up last, 16%. NLCS is second to last at 21%. NLDS, 23%. Wild card, 38%. You can vote at Mike Gill Show on the Twitter X platform and let us know how far you think the Phillies will go.
What kind of trade do you think Dombrowski has to make to get those wild card and NLDS people to become NLCS and World Series people?
I think he's got to make multiple deals. I think he's got to get 2 bullpen arms, a left-hander definitively. They need a lefty in the bullpen. I think he needs to add to this lineup. And I definitely think, I said earlier, at this point, I think they just got to bring up Crawford and just move forward with that and see if he can – listen,
But
his numbers at
Marsh?
AAA have been great. I don't put a lot of stock in AAA numbers. That doesn't mean he's not going to come up here and help. He's not going to – put it this way. If he comes up here and does what he did in AAA, I'd be floored. But that doesn't mean he can't give you something that is better than Marsh and Rojas. I see a lot of guys that are getting called up. Their numbers are not translating from AAA to the majors. I mean,
right.
The Phillies just saw Nick Kurtz last weekend. He's one of the top prospects in baseball. In AAA, Kurtz is hitting 321 with a 385 on base. Well, he's up here hitting 245 with a 315 on base. Those numbers aren't the same. That's not the same impact. But at this point, I just say that if I'm the Phillies, I turn it over to Crawford. Who are the leaders for the Eagles? Brandon Graham brought it up. We'll discuss football at 4 next.
Nolan, for sure, he got the torch right now. I mean, that room changed drastically real fast with now he's the guy. Sweaty gone, myself, Milt left, all the guys, everything, all signs pointing is Nolan Smith, who got to take a big leap. He already did in the playing wise. Now he got to make sure that they vocally you address stuff that need to be addressed, because we got to make sure we practice in a certain way, making sure it's looking a certain way.
That was Brandon Graham on the Ross Tucker podcast, the Ross Tucker football podcast. He brought up something that really hasn't been discussed all that much this offseason, in that, hey, that defense last year lost a lot of leadership. Brandon Graham, Darius Slay, those guys, Josh Sweat, are no longer here. He mentioned Milton Williams. You know what's funny? He did not mention C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Now, are C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Brandon Graham going to have a social media battle?
I think he was just focusing on the defensive lineman there. He didn't mention anybody else.
I don't think – did he say Slay? I don't know that he
didn't say Slay either.
All right, so I guess he's talking about the defensive line.
Yep.
But that is something I don't think was brought up all that much, which is, hey, Brandon Graham's not going to be in there anymore. Josh Sweat's not going to be in there anymore. Milton Williams, who had been around for a while, is not going to be in there anymore. How much of a drop-off in terms of the leadership? And one of the things that Brandon Graham talked about, it was that the way they practice, we got to do everything the way that we do it. You know, we can't get away from how we've been doing things in the past. And I think one of the things, Darius Slay was talking about this weekend with the OTAs out in Pittsburgh is like, I have to show up. I have to show up because it means something for me to be there. That is something that he learned from playing here in Philadelphia,
right?
Which is, hey, you got to show up, show everybody that you're there, show everybody that you have to, make your presence felt so that everybody knows we're all in this together.
Because remember, one of the things that guys like Slay, Brandon Graham, and others talked about when Fangio came in, they talked about how important OTA's minicamp was before they got the training camp, because what Fangio wanted them to do, wanted them to practice, these days do matter.
They do mean a little bit in terms of, hey, showing your face, the camaraderie. It's kind of like what Miles Sanders said. Hey, be good friends.
Miles Turner.
And that everybody is on the same page. Hey, I'm out here busting my butt. You're out here busting your butt. We're all in this together. If you look around this Eagles defensive front right now, he talked about it, Brandon Graham, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis. Are those guys now ready to step up not only in play, but in their voice in the locker room?
Right, because now they have to be the guys. Before they were able to kind of like, well, we got Brandon Graham. Well, we got Josh Sweat. Now it's those guys aren't walking, the Patino game, right? They ain't walking through that door.
Those guys are not walking through that door. That's definitely for certain. Now, one of the other things that is, can be discussed and that Brandon Graham brought up on the Ross Tucker football podcast, I think there's so many different things. Now that Brandon Graham's kind of gone here, he says the torch has been passed to Nolan Smith. But he explained why Nolan Smith and what he has to do to be the leader.
He got to be able to lead by example and what he do on that field, and then they gonna want to hear him a little more this year, especially because he won one and he was in it last year. He took that next step. Now he got to take that next step of leadership, and I think he will.
So he's got to be more vocal. He's got to be able to say, not just put your pen to paper, sit in the room, watch the film. Now you got to be the guy that is helping everybody else get better.
And also he said by example, by being the guy who, and I think Nolan started that already, Mike. You saw him, he was practicing with that elbow brace on, right? He was kind of showing the other guys, hey, I'm not 100%, but I'm still out here putting in the work.
I think my opinion on Nolan Smith is that he will be a vocal guy. I've heard a lot of people say that that's kind of his personality. Maybe he was a little overshadowed by guys like Brandon Graham, Josh Sweat, Darius Slay being here, but now he becomes the guy that says, this is my team. The question I have with that is he ready to take on that mantle as a player and a leader? We're not even sure that he's ready I think a lot of people just assume that Nolan Smith is going to come out and be like a 12.5, 14.5 sack guy.
Right.
Hey, listen, he's got to prove that he can be an every down player, an every down pass rusher, a guy that can be productive the entire season.
Right. He's got to show that he can do what we saw from Brandon Graham, Josh Sweat, and others in recent years. He's got to show that he is capable of doing that down in and down out.
Yeah, I don't know about Nolan Smith having that breakout of a season. I'm hopeful, right? I'm hopeful that he has a breakout season, but I'm not ready to say it's a fait accompli.
Right, you're not banking on it.
Not at this point. Am I banking on...
What is a realistic expectation then for Nolan Smith? Like in Mike Gill's eyes.
8.5 sacks, that kind of guy? Like, I keep asking people, is he a double-digit sack guy? Like, just wham, he's a double-digit sack guy. My problem with Nolan Smith is, and I want to be wrong about this, is he's a little small. Can he hold up for a full season playing at the level that he did in the playoffs last year?
Right, because you're saying it's one thing to do it for a month. It's another thing to do it for 4 months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Like, can Nolan Smith, Alec Boehm, Nolan Smith produce over a 17-game season as he did in that playoff round where he really just went crazy and
now the teams have tape on him too, right? That's a part of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of this is people now have seen you. They see what your repertoire looks like, and have you expanded upon that? The other thing that he talks about, Brandon Graham, that is, when you take a look at some of the he's retired, he's gone. He talked about the torch being passed to Nolan Smith. He explained why Smith is, got to be the leader. There's another guy that he mentions here that we talked about a little bit last week, but Graham acknowledges that this player is going to have to step up and be a much bigger part of the Eagles' defense.
Well, I seen Jalix already, and he looked like he put on some weight, and he looked like he put on some good weight too at that. So I'm excited to see just him burst like how he's been. I mean, he's bursting off the line. Now he got a little weight on him. Now let's see, because it's all about stopping the run in this league. In order for you to rush and go get the quarterback, you got to stop first, second down, rush game, and you got to make sure that you in that backfield.
All right, that's Brandon Graham talking about Jalix Hunt and how big of a role that he might have. I thought a lot of interesting stuff from Brandon Graham. He was on the Ross Tucker podcast as Jeff Mosher joins us now for Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. The Inside the Birds podcast you can get on all podcasting platforms. You can also check out Moshe's musings over at PhillyVoice.com. He joins us now for Football at 4. Brandon Graham talked about the leadership role, and I think it's something that's kind of been glossed over a little bit here, Moshe, is that Darius Slay's gone, Josh Sweat's gone, Milton Williams is gone, Brandon Graham is gone, and we have talked a lot about them replacing them as players on the field. But as Brandon Graham kind of brought up there, hey, we're not there anymore. You got to keep practicing and doing everything the way that we did it. You can't now lose focus because we're not there. An interesting point that he brings up.
Yeah, and simultaneously, something I wrote about today for Philly Voice and something that Adam and I talked about on the podcast. This is a newer, younger than ever edition, EDITION, like new edition, the group, than ever before. I mean, when is the last time you would say that the elder statesman on the Eagles, in the Eagles pass rush or in the Eagles front four, right, is Thomas Booker at 25 years old? But that's what you have. You have Jordan Davis and Thomas Booker at 25. I believe Jalen Carter is 24. You've got Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt, who are both 24, if I'm not mistaken. Your older guys are Josh Uche and Azeez Ojulari, right? So, and they're not that old themselves, by the way. So this is by far and away the youngest front four, including the depth and backups, that I can remember the Eagles having in quite a long time. And I do think that not only does that raise questions about them from an on-field standpoint, but also from a leadership and off-field standpoint.
Yeah, and How important do you think that is? What kind of value do you put on a team that just won the Super Bowl, loses 4 starters, has to replace those starters, and now they're looking for a voice? Is that something that is important, not important? What do you think?
I don't think it's not the be all to end all. I'm going to just spitball. Like the Rams by the end of last year became a really good, ferocious defense, right? And that was basically led by a lot of rookies, second year and third year players, whether it was the rookies Verse and Fisk, and then they had a couple other guys, Byron Young and another pass rusher whose name is escaping me. And, the Cam Curl was like a 5th-year player in their secondary. They may have had a couple of guys who were at linebacker who were a little bit older, but their primary impact players were all young players. But, a guy like Cam Curl was a great leader for Washington. They let him walk and, he's there. So it's really about the caliber of person that you have. But that's where I think that you're also, the Eagles, they seem like a very good group, but we don't really know who they are because they haven't been around long enough. We know Jalen Carter came into the league with some issues, right? But he's been fine. It's been fine so far.
Let's stop at Carter. Do you look at him as a leader type?
I think you have to. When you're one of the best players in the league, and then you combine that with being one of the elder statesmen now at the position, right, which he is, then you kind of have to. But I don't know if he's ready for that per se. And that's not a knock. I'm just saying there's adversity.
How difficult is it to have to take on that role when you're not ready? Or, like Nolan Smith, that's who Brandon Graham brought up. Like, is Nolan Smith the kind of guy that profiles as not only are people looking at me to now go from the player that I am to that next step, now you also want me to be in charge of the locker room.
Yeah. And if you're going to take it a step further, I thought the person who was really becoming a leader of that defense, a young guy who is taking that next step to be that vocal guy, that presence, that steadying guy, was Nakobe Dean. And Nakobe Dean gets hurt. He's been hurt quite a bit, and his future is really uncertain past this year based on the moves that the Eagles have made. I thought in a different kind of way, and I know that Darius Slay probably wouldn't agree, but I think that at times Gardner Johnson showed maturity. You remember he got kicked out of the game against the Commanders, and then he put it on himself, which, was surprising. He didn't blame anybody, said, I got to be better. And he felt he had emerged into to the locker room. I know Andrew DeCecco would write about guys commenting on how CJ Gardner-Johnson would take them under their wing. But so whether or not you think he's a great leader or not, he's not there. And now you've got Reed Blankenship. You got a rookie in Drew Makuba. You have a third-year player in Sidney Brown just trying to, make it to the team, right? So you really, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, it's not just the front seven thing. There's just very few guys on this team that have that kind of clout and credibility and steadying presence that Slay and Graham and Cox he just retired 2 years ago, and Kelsey, right? But specifically on defense, bring to this team. And that's a great opportunity for somebody else to seize it. And maybe it's like Reed Blankenship, right? Or maybe it is Jalen Carter or somebody else, but we just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, well, and I guess I'll throw this your way. I'll volley it back to Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast and Philly Voice. You have Brandon Graham mentioned this on a podcast somewhere, is the one thing that they have is stability in the coaching staff. So they have some leadership from their coaches where they don't have a new guy coming in, a new this, a new that. They have guys that everybody on this team should be familiar with.
I said it last year. I said the biggest change in the Eagles defense, and there would be plenty of them, was that there will be no equivocation. There will be no lack of understanding of what somebody's roles are, because not only do you have Vic Fangio, but you have all these coaches, whether it was Christian Parker, Clint Hurt, some other people he brought in who've worked underneath him. Like, the message was going to be trickled down, and it was. And there was no uncertainty about roles last year. Everybody seemed to exactly know, so much so that they just knew exactly where they were going to be. Appreciate the equivocation. For
the people watching who said, "What does equivocation mean?"
Yeah,
there you go.
No mistake about it. That's what I mean
up on the screen.
No equivocation. Make no mistake. I'm not being.
I said fait accompli last week, and somebody texts in, "What does this French word that you used mean?" So when I heard equivocation, I thought I might have to help some people in the audience there, which is okay. I'm sure that's not a word that is thrown out every day. Big words from Jeff Mosher. He went to Penn State. I did not. All right. So, yeah, I mean, you have the leadership questions that Brandon Graham brings up. He mentions a young guy like Nolan Smith. You mentioned Nakobe Dean as possibly, when he's there. Zach Bond, he'll be here for the second year now. Now maybe he feels a little different because he makes that money. Mm-hmm. His contract, gives him a bigger voice. I would imagine now like a Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, now that they're here a second year, maybe they have a little bit more of a voice. We'll see. But having the same coaching staff in place definitely helps out there. Mosher, I want to get your first thoughts. It becomes official. It's supposed to be today that Bryce Huff will be traded. I don't know if that actually is official yet, but he will be going to San Francisco. Not a surprise that they moved him, but what did you think of the whole him taking less money, what they worked out, how they got the deal, a mid-round pick? We don't know what that pick is yet unless it came out in the last hour or so. I have not seen any update there. But the overall Huff experience from Friday to today.
Yeah, so I'm going to credit Howie Roseman and then also criticize him a little bit in the same vein. I credit Howie because whether it was last year, Josh Sweat's contract situation, Dallas Goedert's contract situation, you've been following the team long enough to remember that earlier in Howie's career, things didn't go as smoothly when players were unhappy or disgruntled, and he didn't handle it the best, and they didn't handle it the best, and it would be, kind of muddled and messy with the organization. And I think Howie has done a really good job being transparent with the players on what he's going to do, whether they have to take a pay cut or if he's got a trim budget, or in this case with Bryce Huff, we'll move you. It didn't work out. Be transparent about it. I imagine that's why he wasn't at OTAs. I imagine he was told not to go to OTAs. Don't risk getting hurt. And Howie's not afraid also to say, we goofed here. I made a mistake and live with it. Now he gets a little lucky when Zach Bond turns out to be a player who can cover up the fact that Bryce Huff didn't work out very well, and that Devin White didn't work out really well. And that's the only area I'll be a little bit critical of Howie, and I think he probably has to do a better job of identifying players that fit the scheme better, because this goes back to even like Terrell Edmonds a couple of years ago. It's certainly not the type of guy who was playing in the type of scheme the Eagles running. He was like a box linebacker with the Steelers, and they were asking him to do a lot of, Fangio style, even though he wasn't the defensive coordinator. They were still doing that.
So who do you think this Huff signing was more on, Fangio or Roseman?
No, I think it was on Howie. I would say that his best years in with the Jets, and that's why he's reunited with Robert Saleh, is when he gets to spread out, put his hand in the dirt, and rush the passer. But Vic Fangio wants his outside linebackers to be stand-up rushers because he's a sim pressure guy. He doesn't blitz a lot. So he wants a little bit of guesswork at times to be able to drop an outside linebacker and rush maybe like Cooper DeJean from the nickel or Nakobe Dean or Bond from the linebacker spot. That's not really the best usage of Bryce Huff. Bryce Huff was better when he had his hands in the dirt. So I think, listen, I'm not saying Bryce Huff is completely absolvable. You figure out a way, but he clearly was not meant for what Vic Fangio is doing, and he then didn't help himself by not trying, I guess, to be better at it. And the Eagles knew that they were moving on to Jalix Hunt and Nolan Smith. So
yeah, I was going to say, so without Huff, I would imagine this plan was in their mind anyway. Hey, we're going to try to find a way to get rid of this guy. He's not a part of our plan at all. That's why you signed Uche and Ojulari. You have to enter saying we think that Hunt is going to be our guy, and we'll let the other two guys kind of battle for the rotational snaps because Huff was never a part of their plans.
That's what my sense is, that they were moving on to Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt, and they were going to fortify as much as they could, but that Bryce Huff wouldn't return. Bryce Huff could not return. Like, he made too much money for a guy who was going to have no role and didn't even have an advocate. It would be one thing if Vic Fangio said, right. Yeah. It would be one thing if Vic Fangio threw his arm around the kid and say, we're going to build him up in year 2, or, at all times last year, even when he got there, before he got his wrist injury, Vic was saying things like, well, he's got to prove that he can do this and prove that he can play and prove he can handle that. So he's really a designated pass rusher who shouldn't really be out there in run defense and should be able to, spread out and put his hand in the dirt and rush the passer.
Yeah, I think that part of it there is that he didn't really have someone saying, it's like when you get that guy who's a first-round pick and the other team says, I don't, this guy stinks, and the other team says, I'll take him because we think we can get first-round talent out of him. It feels like the Eagles looked at him and said, yeah, we don't think we can get anything more out of this guy. We got as much. But I would counter that by saying, he got hurt, he missed a bunch of games, so I don't know, maybe it was taking him a while to get the system down. Then he gets hurt, and then at that point, Hunt kind of usurps him and bounces him.
Yeah, and I mean, Hunt has – I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but we know that Hunt got drafted in the 3rd round despite playing at Houston Christian because he is an athletic freak of nature. The things he's done athletically and tested, the way he tested athletically was just so tantalizing, right? So – usurp. Did I say usurp or you say usurp?
I said it.
Okay, all right. So yeah,
you had a raise of the eyebrow when I threw a usurp out there.
I liked it. So it just became pretty clear that the Eagles in Nolan Smith and Jalen Hunt had a really good foundation, and you're not going to pay Bryce Hunt that money to maybe try and fight to be the 3rd defensive end, unless. You'll pay money for a 3rd defensive end or edge if that guy's going to play a lot. But he wasn't.
Yeah, I also feel like you can't have a guy making the money he was making standing on the sideline. Right. Just standing there thinking, because this is where you get a guy who becomes a locker room problem. Or
he was not happy.
Yes, exactly. He has the money standing there, not playing, then that becomes an issue.
Right. Now, I know everybody's going to pile on Bryce Hunt because that's what fans
Bryce
do.
Huff.
Bryce Huff. Because that's what fans do when a guy plays bad and goes elsewhere. But I honestly believe it's a win-win for both these teams. I do believe Bryce Huff
I was going to say, what's going to happen.
System is going to play well.
He's going to go over there and get 11 and a half sacks, and then people are going to say, why couldn't they get 11 sacks out of him here?
Yep. No matter how much we have this conversation, you could replay the conversation you and I just had and what I wrote for Philly Voice. People could read it. It won't matter because people live in the moment and they become prisoners of the moment. But I expect him to be successful. I don't know about 11. He's going to play on a line with Bosa. He's going to play with the kid they drafted out of Georgia, Michael Williams. So he'll be that number 3 edge guy. And yeah, he'll probably pick up. They're probably going to be down in a bunch of games too because I think the 49ers will be better, but defensively they're a little bit So he'll get some opportunities to rush the passer.
Does Trey Hendrickson profile as a guy they would go after?
The Eagles or the Niners?
The Eagles. Like contractual problems, says he's going to hold out the whole year. Or do you look at this team and say, they like Hunt too much, they like what they have too much, they don't want to go out and get another guy?
I think they would certainly be interested. And like I said, you'll pay money for a number 3 edge rusher if he's going to play 50 to 60% of the snaps, even if he's coming off the bench. But he wouldn't. You could then live with another year of Jalen Hunt being your number 3 on the 2nd year of a deal and just having this great 3-man edge rotation. Plus, if anybody gets hurt, you're good. Because right now, you're hoping, Mike. You're hoping Azeez Ojulari stays healthy. He's missed a third of his games played in his career because of injury.
Yeah.
You're hoping Josh Uche can figure out a way to be good. He has had one good year in his career, and now he's on his 3rd team in 3 years. So you don't have great depth right now.
Yeah, I feel better about Ojulari than I do Uche.
I would agree with you. I think most people would agree with that.
Okay, Jeff Mosher, you can check him out at Philly Voice. Check out the podcast, Inside the Birds, on the Inside the Birds platforms, wherever you get your podcasts. Of course, every Monday and Wednesday, Moshe is here for Football and 4. Adam Kaplan will be here tomorrow. The calendar has turned to June, which means we're 1 month away from training camp month.
Stop it, you.
Just saying.
You stop it right now.
All right, man, thanks.
Enjoy my summer. Take care.
There's Jeff Mosher, everybody, from the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. Just search Inside the Birds. Mike Gill with you. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Of course, Football 4 is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. I'll have the Bet365 play of the day coming up a little bit later on in the show. We got the Nuggets on the way. Nick Earnshaw is back with today's edition of Nick's Nuggets. And that's next, right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 431, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. By the way, Zach Wheeler pulled from his start tomorrow. His wife's having a baby. His first chance to start will be on Friday. He will not pitch in the series in Toronto, so you get no Wheeler. After 4 straight losses, you could use some Wheeler, but you're not getting Wheeler. It's the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. It's time for Nick's Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub. Gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw's host of the Shift podcast. He is also the producer of The Locker Room weekends on 97.3 ESPN. He will be all over this weekend around town, but he is here for a Monday edition of the Nuggets.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Mike Gill, on this, I guess that's a nice Monday afternoon, but yeah, it's going to be a busy weekend to say the least. You and I are going to be at the LPGA on Friday. That's going to be a lot of fun. The ShopRite Classic. Can't wait for that.
Always a good time there. We'll be right outside of McGettigan's 19th hole. We'll be broadcasting there. I missed it last year. I was actually in London for the event last year, but good to be back. June 6th will be live, and then the weekend, the LPGA is back in town. But we will be at McGettigan's 19th hole right outside. If you're out there on a Friday for the LPGA, stop by and say hello to the Sports Bash.
Yeah, you'll see that ESPN truck all over the place, and I'll be buzzing around South Jersey in that thing, Mike. But we got to start with the Phils, okay? And I'm getting this weekend really pushed me over the edge, specifically yesterday's game. Not even the 17-7 game that was really 17-2. They got blown out. I know Bob Wankel said earlier that was really 17-2. They got blown the doors off on Saturday. Jesus Luzardo left in for way too long. But yesterday, there's a reason they lost that game. And yeah, Weston Wilson had an error. They blew the game. But there was one reason they blew the game, and that's because of Trey Turner. Nugget number 1, Trey Turner cannot play shortstop for the Philadelphia Phillies anymore. It can't happen anymore, Mike. There is no way anyone with their right mind can watch him play shortstop for the Philadelphia Phillies anymore. And here is why. He, heading into yesterday's game, was a -4 in defensive runs saved. He is -27 since 2023, 11 runs worse than any shortstop in baseball since he joined the Philadelphia Phillies in defensive runs saved. That is according to our buddy Hembo. He has had 45 errors since 2023, since joining the Phillies. He needs to either switch with Bryson Stott and play second base, a little bit of an easier position than shortstop, or you have to move him to either center or left field at this point, Mike. You cannot watch Trey Turner play shortstop anymore. That cost him the game yesterday. That was his fault. I felt like I was watching that Miami game from 2023 where he cost that game for the Philadelphia Phillies. They're happening in big moments. And for a guy who's getting paid $300 million, there is no way with those type of numbers, 11 defensive runs saved, worse than any shortstop in baseball, Mike, in the past 3 seasons. He can't play shortstop for this team anymore. I'm sorry, can't happen. He needs to be moved on into a different position.
Yep. I mean, it's fun to talk about. It's not going to happen. I mean, it's not going to happen. They're not going to approach the guy and say, hey, we're going to move you to second base. By the way, Bryson Stott was an average shortstop, so moving him to shortstop's not really the answer. He's a much better second baseman than he is a shortstop. So if you're flipping those two, now you're all of a sudden you got 2 weaker guys because Stott's a mediocre at best shortstop. We have no idea whether Turner can play second base, and it's like, well, you can just switch him. He's never played second base at the big league level, to my knowledge. That's a different throw. It's a different pivot. Everything is different about that spot. So now you're flipping these guys in the middle of the year. Not happening. Trey Turner, the outfield. Look, he played in the outfield for a handful of games in Washington. You're going to put him in center field in the middle of the season. I get it. They have a center field problem. I don't see any scenario where in the middle of this season they say, hey, man, you're moving to center field. It's not happening. Now, the conversation you can have at the beginning of next year, absolutely. Is he good at shortstop? No, I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying we are wasting our breath thinking that the Phillies are going to move him off shortstop in the middle of this season.
But he's costing you games at this point. Like they're losing games because of him. I mean, he has been so bad defensively. The bat's been fine this year.
So what if you move him to second base and then he cost you a game playing second base?
Here's my other proposal for you and for the Philadelphia Phillies. I'm going to bring it to nugget number 2. I have changed my number one trade target, Mike, okay, for the Philadelphia Phillies. It is still on the same Blue Jays team, but it is with an expiring contract. You could move him to the outfield, Trey Turner, left field, center, wherever you want to put him. You go after Bo Bichette. You go get a real shortstop. You have the prospects to do it. You have Mick Gable. You have Justin Crawford. You can move those guys. You have Max Kepler. You can throw him into a trade, okay? You go get that right-handed bat. You solve your defensive shortstop issue, and he's an expiring contract. So if you want to trade him sign him at the end of the season in free agency, you can do that too. And you'll have a leg up because he would already play on your roster. He's a right-handed bat. He is solid offensively. And I think that would solve a lot of problems here. And that would be an impact player that you can now add to this roster.
One problem it would also bring up, though, is a problem for the Blue Jays, who are currently in the wild card chase. Why are they trading one of their key players? They are in second place in the net.
He's in the same position as a Ranger Suarez. He's an expiring contract. You don't know if he's going to even re-sign.
Yeah, but you're a team that right now, I mean, if you're Toronto, you're in the playoff mix. So I get it. Like, they're not a team that's out of it trading a guy that's an expiring contract. They're in the race. I mean,
and you're going to see a lot of them coming up, tomorrow. So, you're going to see them throughout the week. I think you should go after Bo Bichette, do whatever you need to do. The 31-28, they could fall off completely.
They could, but my point is, as we're having this conversation today, they're a half a game out of the wild card mix. So all of a sudden, they're just bailing. This is a team that spent major money. Vlad Guerrero, they gave all these guys big-time money. I don't see them as a seller if they're a half a game out. Now, get back to me July 30th if they're 10 games out of the wild card and then say, hey, they got a guy who's got an expiring contract. Now that conversation is more realistic. I don't see it happening. By the way, Trey Turner has played second base 91 times. He's played center field 45 times. He's played shortstop 1,028 times. So, yeah, I don't see the second base thing, that flip-flop, because Stott's just not a good enough second base. He's just not a good enough shortstop to make it happen.
I would not love moving Stott off second base. However, Trey's been so bad at short. Mike, the numbers are right there, and we can all see with the eye test, too. It's happening in front of us. They have to do something. He is not. And for that contract, they got to find somewhere else for him to play. He's elusive enough to play somewhere else.
Yeah, I agree that I think they have to do something. It's not going to be in season, though. They are not going to approach him on June 10th and say, hey, man, you're getting moved to left field. I don't see that happening. Would I be against it? No. I agree. At shortstop, he has been a major, major disappointment for this team. But this is something that they had to address before the season, not in the middle of the season.
Yeah, this is something they could have addressed before, but they haven't. They've kind of pushed it off. And remember,
we talked about this earlier. We talked about this with Bob Wankel. I think they told him before the season, listen, you're struggling at shortstop. We want you to be our shortstop. We'll give you this year. But at the end of this year, if you don't show us that you deserve to play shortstop, we're going to have a conversation about moving you.
I think that it's very, very possible. At this point, if he's going to continue to cost games at big spots, that was a routine double play. He knows he has to make it. I know we're hammering the guy a little bit, but when you have a contract like that, you're expected to be a superstar. He's not showing it in the field. The bat has been great this year. I'm not hating on the bat. But the defense has been awful. And you talk about defense. We hated on Reese Hoskins. We put him down for his defense. Trey Turner's been bad. He has been a bad shortstop for this team. I would hope at some point, if it's next year, fine. I'd like to see it in season. I think you can get it done in season. You guys are Major League ball players. You might as well try it out. I
When's the last time you remember a player of that magnitude getting moved into a different position in the middle of the year?
Well, Bryce came back from the injury and played first base. He did.
Yeah, but he came back from the injury. They didn't start him in right field and then move him there. He knew he was moving to first base essentially the whole time he was hurt. That was the plan.
Give him a couple weeks' notice. It's fine. Give him a couple weeks' notice.
I was asking. It sounds great for me and you to have this conversation. I'm asking, when was the last time in the middle of the season someone walked up to a $300 million player and said, oh, by the way, you're now moving positions?
Doesn't matter. Let's make it the first. I don't really care. Make it the first one because it might need to happen. Sometimes you got to make significant change to elevate yourself.
By the way, his defensive metrics are, overall, he's been much better at shortstop this year than he was last year.
It's true, but overall, he's cost you in big moments. And he even said that after the game yesterday, saying, hey, it feels like they're happening in these bigger moments. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but when he's making these mistakes, it's when it costs you games. That's the problem here. And you can't have errors in big moments like that. We've seen him have errors in the postseason too. So that can't happen. You're trying to avoid that at all costs.
By the way, everybody listening, including myself, are on board with you, but I have to be the voice of reason and say, sorry, it's not happening. I can't get people excited about something that's not going to happen.
It could, though. Why is it so outrageous that you can move a guy to a different position? It's not crazy.
I just asked you to give me an example. You came up with zero.
It doesn't matter. You don't need an example. You just need to be the first one to do it. Think outside the box.
I'm just saying. There's zero example of it happening. My opinion would be the Phillies are not an outside-the-box type of team, if you haven't noticed in your life. They're a little conservative. I don't see them walking up to a man they paid $300 million to play shortstop and saying, you are now moving to left field. By the way, a position I don't think he's ever played.
Left, center, I don't care. Put him out there.
So then you could complain about him playing a lousy left field then. I got you.
It's fine. Listen, didn't they try? Was it spring training? Didn't they try him out there, like in practice a little bit? Was it spring training?
I don't recall that. No.
They were, or like some practice. They were trying him out in the outfield. I think he needed to shag some fly balls.
He has played,
as
we said, he played 45 games of center field in Washington, and I think that was in like 2016, 17, way back. His rookie year, he played center field as a rookie, and after those 45 games, he's never played out there again.
It's something that needs to be considered. All right, Mike, let's move along. I guess I'm on nugget number 3. I brought up the Bo Bichette thing, so that was kind of nugget number 2. I want to talk about Apple TV, Mike. I don't know, sticking on with baseball for just another second here. Apple TV is the leading contender, according to the Sports Business Journal, to get the MLB rights for Sunday Night Baseball and the ESPN rights that were given up. They're battling.
I thought NBC was in this too.
Yeah, I was just about to get there. They're battling with NBC to try and get the rights to Major League Baseball. How do we feel if it moves to Apple, Mike? I know the Apple's tough, especially if you don't have the subscription for it.
How would I feel? No, I wouldn't love it. I mean, I would much prefer it to be on NBC. The problem with the NBC thing is they have Sunday Night Football and they're going to have Sunday Night Basketball. Yeah. So Sunday Night Baseball would really be jammed into like a 2-month window post NBA Finals up until Sunday Night Football starts. So Sunday Night Baseball would kind of get moved to, I don't know, USA Network or Peacock or something to that. I do have Apple TV. I would much rather Apple TV be the situation than having to go to Peacock because I do not have Peacock, nor do I want Peacock. But Sunday Night Baseball, I would like to see on NBC, but I just don't think they have the inventory space. Unless they told me they were going to put it on USA Network, that would be more appealing because you get into these situations where when you're watching sports, this is what the streaming situation, it's not that I don't have the streamer. It's when you're watching sports, you want to be able to have the flip. Like I'm watching the college baseball World Series. So on West Virginia, they're now in the Super Regionals. So I watched them on Saturday night. I watched them yesterday. And ECU's on at the same time. My girlfriend went to East Carolina. But I have to keep hitting exit to get out on ESPN Plus. Now, West Virginia was actually on ACC Network, which was on regular YouTube TV. But they were also on ESPN Plus, which is where ECU was being played. Is this confusing enough for everybody to go back and forth?
You lost me about 2 minutes ago. I'm not going to lie. I'm sitting here, I blank staring. There's nothing going on upstairs.
Exactly.
Right now.
The fact that I had to explain it in that manner, that's a problem. That's a problem is sports fan wants convenience. We want to be able to, hey, there's a commercial. Let me flip to another game. Oh, my game's back. I'm flipping back there. Oh, there's another game. You got to give me the convenience of the flip back and forth, bam, bam, bam. Not, the stream, I got to get out of this stream. I got to go. Nah, no good. So give me NBC Sunday Night Baseball. That's what I'm going with.
All right. Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring it up to the audience because I'm with you. I need the flip. I need to go back, return, back, go back and forth. If I'm watching a couple of games at once. I mean, what was it the other day? It was the anniversary of Roy Halladay pitching the perfect game in Miami. That same night, you had the Flyers in the Stanley Cup. Now, I don't know when that'll ever happen again, but You could go back and forth. It was easy back in those days, right? Now I got to get out of the app. I got to go back. Something's not going to load correctly. It's going to buffer, and it's just going to take forever. So this might be on the horizon. So you got to be patient, sports fans, all right? Because it's coming. The streaming stuff is here, and it's just going to continue to expand.
Well, I saw this over the weekend, and I don't know how many people watch NASCAR. I do not, but I saw the ratings for the NASCAR Coca-Cola 600.
Wow.
Was on Amazon Prime for the first time ever.
Yeah.
Exclusively on Amazon Prime. It had the lowest ratings for a NASCAR race in like 30 years.
Wow.
2.7 million people, which I was surprised that 2.7 million people actually went to Amazon Prime to watch the race. But the point is, it was the lowest watched NASCAR race in like over 30 years. But they're saying we've got to get young people to watch our sport. So do you take the short-term hit for the long-term growth? That is where the question comes into play.
Yeah, and it seems like some of them are willing to have that risk play out. So we'll see. All right, final nugget. Got to get to this. I mean, I texted it to you guys earlier. Saquon Barkley is now gracing the cover of Madden 26. I think it's the greatest cover of all time. However, I did preface this on Twitter. I am very nervous about the Madden curse, Mike. I'm very, 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 very nervous about the Madden curse. Now,
should be.
He is the second player in Eagles history to grace the cover. Donovan McNabb also was the cover in the early 2000s. He is also the third 99 overall Eagles player in the game. 04 Dawkins and 06 David Akers. So Saquon having a big day for Madden. He's the cover. They kind of recreated. I don't know if you saw the video out there on social media. If you are listening, there's a video. They kind of recreated it. And it looked like he was floating on air when they recreated it. The behind-the-scenes video was pretty cool. But, Mike, are you nervous? Is this bad juju for the Eagles heading into next year? Come on.
Oh, yeah, I definitely agree for two reasons. One, it's the Madden curse thing. That's been something my whole life. I grew up with Madden football, and everybody got hurt. Two, we already have assumed that Barkley will not be able to have the same year that he had, 2,000 yards again. You're already assuming he has a drop-off. This almost confirms that Barkley is going to have some sort of drop-off in the season that he had a year ago.
1,800 yards. Can we have it there? Can that be the drop-off? Like 1,800 yards? That's it? That's it.
Funny, I remember when they signed him, I was saying for the money they gave him that he has to have like 1,700 total yards or 1,800 total yards, I think was the number I gave, to kind of justify the money that they paid him. Now, he did that and more. So can he duplicate what he did last year total yards-wise? Woo, that's going to be tough.
Yeah. I mean, listen, he doesn't have to have 2,000 yards. 1,700, cool. That'd be great. It'd be awesome, right? This curse thing, it's really making me nervous because Christian McCaffrey was the cover athlete last year, and we saw the season Christian McCaffrey. I mean, he got hurt. He got hurt right away. It just is not. It's not sitting right with me. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna buy it. I don't play video games as often as I did when I was younger, but I will buy this Madden. This Madden needs to be purchased by myself because I mean,
hang the picture on the wall.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll get the cover. I'll hang it up. I'll put it in the frame. That's what we'll do. I won't even play the game just because I don't want the bad juju for Saquon here because the Madden curse is a real thing. I mean, do you remember when Peyton Hillis was the cover? I mean, he had that monster season for the Browns, and then all of a sudden you never heard from him again. I mean, it's a real thing. McCaffrey last year, another one. I mean, you can go down the list every single year, Mike.
By the way, I should note, guys, that the most rushing yards by a 2,000-yard rusher the next season was Barry Sanders. He had 1,491. That's the most by a 2,000 rusher ever in the next season.
1,491. That's about 300, 600 yard drop off there.
Oh, he shouldn't have been the cover of Madden then. They should not have been the cover of Madden.
You would say
Mike, 4-pack for you.
Decline that offer.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he did not.
All right, there's the Nuggets today. The Nuggets are brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nuggets wants to move Trey Turner to Siberia, left field.
Out of here. Out of here, Mike. Off shortstop. Can't take it.
All right, man. See ya.
See ya.
All right, Nuggets are back tomorrow here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video, streaming on the Twitter X platform at Mike Gill Show on YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Be a part of the show. You can text us at 609-403-0973. Mike, quick question. If NBC gets baseball, wouldn't they tell NBA no finals on a Sunday? I would think the answer to that question, Jeff, would be that baseball would start when the NBA finals ends. Would be my notion, although they could probably do, I guess they could do Sunday Night Baseball April, May. I don't know. It's a good question in terms of, do they just not schedule Sunday night? I mean, they could do Sunday afternoon NBA games like they, see a lot of Sunday afternoon playoff games, but not like a Game 7, probably not a final situation. It's a good question. Now, it depends on what they would do with the games that are in football. Like, would they put the Sunday Night Baseball game on USA Network or just on Peacock? All right, final hour of the show. I can't believe we hit that. Next. All right, 5 o'clock, Drive Home, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Got so much happening. Phils get swept this weekend. Ugly series against the Brew Ha-Has. The NBA Finals start up on Thursday. You can listen to them right here on 97.3 ESPN. It's the Pacers taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder. We talked a lot about this earlier today. You know, the Pacers, Miles Turner, who's been with the Pacers for 10 years, said something very interesting about the makeup of the Pacers. Here's what Miles Turner said after the Pacers beat the Knicks on Saturday night.
It's a new blueprint for the league, man. I just, I think the years of the super teams and, stacking is just it's not as effective as it once was. You know what I mean? This NBA, since I've been in the league, this NBA is very trendy, it just shifts. But the new trend now is just kind of what we're doing. OKC does the same thing. Young guys get out and run, defend, just use the power of friendship is how they call it.
Power of friendship. Young guys run, defend. Does that sound like anything the Sixers have on their current roster? Young guys, get out, run, and defend. That's where we start today's Rye or Sigh. I'm sighing at that makeup of the Sixers roster based on what Miles Turner said. Here's what I'm having a hard time with. And I don't know if I'm having a hard time with it because I said this before. The league is changing right before our very eyes. You're watching like the LeBrons, the Currys, the Durants, the Kawhis. They're kind of like fading a little bit, and this new generation of star is kind of starting to take over. But the point that he makes is these young guys, they get out there and run, they defend, they like each other. Is that the way that teams now should start modeling their rosters? And I bring that up into this. If I were to ask people before the start of last season, who would you take? Maxey or Halliburton? How many people in the listening audience do you think would have said Halliburton?
All right, well, you got a lot there. There's a lot of meat on that bad boy, MG. Everyone would have said Maxey, right? I mean, let's not forget, Halliburton was voted by his peers as the most overrated dude in the entire NBA. So I think you could insert a lot of names in that poll, right? That pick one with Halliburton or an all-star caliber player last year. No one probably would have picked Halliburton. Majority would not have. So that's my thought there. Part two, I look at the makeup, right? And I agree with Turner when he says 3 stars are not no longer the formula for success because the league isn't allowing it, right? The apron
the
now.
League is not allowing it. But what if you have 3 stars? What if you have them?
Yeah, you're probably in trouble. Like, listen, first of all, let's not just say if you have 3 really good basketball players, you're screwed, right? I mean, like the Thunder have 5 or 6 stars. Like that's just the reality, right? The Thunder are the heavily favored to win this finals. But you have to build it right? That's where, i.e. Daryl Morey, i.e. Sam Presti, right? Like these guys now in the NBA, I think the GM matters more than ever. The president of basketball ops for these teams matter more than ever. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean,
it's not easy.
Yeah, because now you're saying, hey, I have a guy that I pay a lot of money, another guy that I pay a lot of money, then everybody else I kind of have to uncover. I have to find them, flip over a rock and find this guy and get that guy. Yeah, this is where this is really interesting. If you're Philadelphia and you're looking at the Pacers, do you look at that team and say, they got Tyrese Halliburton, Pascal Siakam, and then everything else they have? We are way far from that team.
See, let me just flip that on you. You answer your own question. I'm curious what you think about it because there's I have a different answer. You have a different answer. And then the Sixers themselves probably, like Morey probably has a different perspective than you and I, right? Like, how do you answer it, MJ?
Well, it's very interesting because, like, if I'm the Sixers, I look at it as we drafted Maxey in the same draft as they drafted Halliburton. 2 years ago, you would have said Maxey's the guy that you would prefer over Halliburton. Last year, Halliburton, they won the in-season tournament. Does that mean something now? I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. They got to the Eastern Conference Finals last year. Nobody thought that was a championship team at the beginning of this year. Where were their odds at the beginning of the year? They went to the Eastern Conference Final. They had Tyrese Halliburton.
28-1, I think.
Okay. And now all of a sudden, they're the best team. So I guess my thought process is forget Embiid. Do I think Maxey can make the jump that Halliburton has made now in his, Halliburton is 26 years old, Maxey's 25. So Halliburton has 1 year on him. And in that 1 year, he made this big jump.
Yeah.
Can Maxey make that jump where he's the Sixers version of Halliburton?
See, yes, he can, but can the 76ers organization set it up for success? Can the 76ers, because it's not just on Maxey. Like, I also saw something about Pascal Siakam where they said last offseason, Siakam invited the whole team to his house. I don't know where he lives. Let's say California in the offseason to train. He said, please, everyone, if you can, try and come for a couple weeks. They all came. They bonded. They worked out every day. Siakam talked about his experience as a champion. My point with that quick story is, who's that guy on the 76ers, right? Like, my biggest problem with the 76ers is their lack of emphasis on the regular season, their lack of leadership, their lackadaisical approaches. These two teams in the finals don't have that. They're
I
the
would
furthest
say
thing from that.
I would say the Indiana Pacers, when you take a look at their regular season, I mean, they were, the 4 seed, 5 seed? It wasn't like they had some 60-win year and that everybody was talking about them entering the playoffs. I think they were an afterthought when these playoff brackets were set up. It was Cleveland, Boston, maybe New York. You had Indiana finish 14 games. They won 50 games this year. I mean, it wasn't like they had this regular season. So it's like, where and how did they go from a 50-win team, which is a good team? The Sixers have been a 50-win team. How did they make that jump from regular season 50-win, good 4 seed to all the way to the NBA Finals?
Well, that's sort of what I just said is my answer to that question, right? And I'll flip it to you and say, isn't that more important now, arguably, is building a team with chemistry, everyone knowing their roles, playing hard throughout the regular season, a Tuesday night in February, as Mike Gill says, right? Even if you're not as good, maybe talent-wise, but I'm saying that holds more weight now, playing hard in the NBA.
It does, but the point then is the Pacers weren't all that good this regular season. It's like they did play on Tuesday night in February. They played hard and still only won 50 games. It wasn't like they had this, breakout regular season. That's my point is the Knicks were the team that a year ago, I think people were like, that team plays hard every night, and that's why they were kind of like 2 years ago, I guess it was, when they got to the playoffs for that first time.
Yeah.
And, they won 51 games this year, the Knicks. It's not like they had this great regular. I mean, you're 20 games over 500, you're good. But Boston won 61. Cleveland won 64. Those are regular seasons where you're like, okay, that stands out. Indiana is 14 games behind Cleveland and then beats them.
Let me ask you this, and it's sort of similar to how we started this conversation, but a little bit different. Is the priority now defense? And I think I brought this up to you, a couple shows ago last week, which is,
it's what Miles Turner said. He was like, young guys that get out and run and defend. So all these guys, Neesmith, Nembhard, Mathurin, like, they're not scoring first kind of guys. They're guys who are like fearless scorers, but they're athletic. They'll defend. They'll get up in your mug. I mean, so like the question I have with the Sixers is, you have Halliburton versus Maxey, right? Mm-hmm. You got Pascal Siakam, who, listen, Siakam, has anybody ever thought of him as like a superstar? Not really.
I think after this year they might, because the priority of having a guy like him is just so loud right now with the Pacers.
When he was available that year, I talked about the 2018 draft where the Sixers could have had SGA and Brunson. In 2023-2024, at the trade deadline, the Raptors traded OG to the Knicks and traded Pascal to the Pacers. The Sixers ended up with Buddy Hield. At that time, was anybody saying, you got to go get Pascal, he's going to be the difference maker, or now I was a big fan of going to get OG, that trade deadline. I thought that was the guy they should have got. The Knicks went out and got him in like December. Yeah. Pascal got traded a little bit later. But at that time, was anybody saying, you got to go get Pascal Siakam, he's the guy? I don't think so.
Yeah, no, because I think you say the fit's clunky with Embiid, and Daryl Morey was doing what, Mike Gill? He was trying to gear up for signing a guy like Paul George, which now with hindsight is the horrific decision.
Right, because Pascal Siakam could have been your Paul George. Because now the way I'm looking at it is you've got Halliburton, you have Maxey, they have Halliburton. You've got Pascal, or they've got Pascal, you've got Paul George. They kind of win that battle right now because he's younger, he's more athletic, he just adds more at this stage of his career than Paul George does. You've got Embiid, they've got Miles Turner. I think you take Embiid if he's healthy over Miles Turner, but the question becomes if those are your top threes, all of their other parts, the Nemhards, the Naismiths, the Matherins, McConnell, are they better than all the little pieces that you've now accumulated with McCain and Edwards and Bona? Like, that is where now you have to hit on those guys.
Yeah, it seems like we're light years away. The 76ers are light years away. That's what it feels like and seems like to me. Because, like, look at the Knicks, and the Sixers are very similar. What knocked the Knicks out?
Obi Toppin, by the way, that's another guy the Pacers have that the Sixers just don't have.
Yeah, he's, a former Knick. Rick Carlisle can go to him for 10, 12 minutes, and he's just another great guy to have on the bench. But
you just said it, though. He can go to him for 10, 12 minutes, and he gives you energy, rebounds, shoots threes, and that's all they ask him to do. Give me 12 minutes, shoot 2 threes, bang out 4 or 5 rebounds, block a shot, get up and down the floor and defend. And give me your best 15 minutes. Like, the Sixers just don't have that guy. Now he's a free agent.
yeah, he's great in the right role, i.e. where he is right now. But, like, the 76ers, they have guys like the Knicks. Jalen Brunson's a star right now. I think we could both agree on that. He's a liability on defense. Like, Cat is a stud on offense. He's a liability in the pick and roll on defense.
Yeah, well,
Sixers have the same issue.
Yeah, look at, I said when the Knicks got this team, I said I didn't like this team as much as the team before. Now, they got to the Eastern Conference Finals, but got knocked out by the same team. So, realistically, yes, they got out of the second round, but they got beat by the same team that knocked them out last year. So, they didn't really improve off of last year all that much. But on the flip side, the guy you lost, Hartenstein, he went to Oklahoma City, who got knocked out last year. So what did they do? They went out and got a guy they were lacking in Hartenstein, and now they're in the finals.
I feel like the Pistons might be closer than the Sixers are.
Pistons closer than the Sixers. Well, everybody's closer than the Sixers if the Sixers aren't healthy. That's number one.
Of course.
Now, all this conversation is if I said to you,
of course,
Joel Embiid and Paul George are going to be healthy and they're going to play the full season or 60 games and be healthy at the start of the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Do you put the Sixers in with the Celtics, the Pacers, the Knicks, the Cavs?
Yeah, I put them in there, don't you? But I don't know where they stack up. Like, the Sixers, when healthy, let's say Embiid's MVP level, Paul George is an all-star, 20 points a game, right? Just like healthy and 20, giving us 20 a night, not Tobias Harris, Maxey's borderline all-star. They still aren't beating the Thunder in a 7-game series. They're not. I
don't know that anybody is.
No, I know, right? Well, that's the point. I don't think they beat the Celtics either, right? Like, there's still issues with them even when healthy, is my point.
Yeah. No, definitely. I think that, listen, everybody's chasing the Thunder now for the next 10 years. I mean, now you're really in everybody chasing. If you are the Kings, you have now traded Tyrese Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox. You can, theoretically see De'Aaron Fox play for championships. I mean, that Spurs-Oklahoma City, showdown for the next 10 years is going to be epic.
Oh, my goodness. And who knows what the Spurs end up doing this offseason, but we know they're going to be really darn good roster-wise. I mean, I don't know who's going to end up having more titles, the Spurs.
Well, I'll tell you what, we don't know what they're going to do this offseason, but they hold a big key to what the Sixers might be able to do, because if the Spurs trade, do the Sixers trade up? If the Spurs stay, who do they take? If the Spurs decide to, add a veteran player, what level of player is that? There's so many things that the Spurs kind of hold the key to, because who do they want to be? Do the Spurs want to go and challenge Oklahoma City right away? You got Wemby, you got De'Aaron Fox. Do they think they need enough? But that goes back to the conversation that Turner's talking about. It's not a super team. So do the Spurs try to get a super team third player, or do they just keep staying the course? Are they patient enough to keep staying the course with Wemby and Fox and Castle and keep going that way?
Yeah, I think they need to be patient, and it seems like a Popovich mentality. He's still heavily involved with them. So, yeah, it's going to be it's going to be really interesting. I saw Bobby Marks do like a detailed article on ESPN.com talking about every team's like biggest offseason priorities. He said the 76ers, MG, their number one priority is how do you keep Embiid and Paul George healthy? Like everything else that you and I have been talking about, that the whole Sixers world is talking about, it's like he says it doesn't matter. It's like the priority has to be Embiid and Paul George, and that's really it. And that's the problem with building a team the way the Sixers have.
Yeah, I mean, they were building the team for the previous, like, it feels like they were building the team for the previous era of basketball. We were trying to do the super team thing. We need our 3 stars. We got Embiid. We got George. Now we have Maxey. They paid those 3 guys the big max contracts. Now they have to try to find everybody around them. The problem is you've got your stars, and they're the guys who are your biggest question marks.
Right. And it's like we're saying, how do we build a team like OKC and Indiana? I mean, is it fair to say you don't? like they just got superbly lucky. No?
I think the bigger question is, Oklahoma City is an anomaly that they have the MVP of the league. Let's be honest there. I mean, it's not like they have a bunch of role players. They have the MVP of the league. The big thing for Oklahoma City is they still have more talent on the way, right? Like they have 10 first-round picks. I mean, the rest of their guys are like Dort, both Williams. Holmgren is a very good player. Would you say that he's like an all-star or a superstar? Probably quite not there. I mean,
not yet, but I think he's the young and up-and-coming superstar, yeah.
Yeah, and then Hartenstein, who's, Hartenstein's kind of that, like, do the dirty work guy. But
he's a top 5 center in the league, Hartenstein.
Oh, I love him. I mean, I would take him in a heartbeat. But, like, Dort, the 2 Williams, Isaiah Joe, Caruso, like, they're all guys that, like, are just, like, you love having them on your team. But, like, they're just an anomaly of how they put that team together that no one else. But I feel, Jalen Williams is pretty, I mean, the Jalen Williams, Len, that Jalen Williams, he was a find. I mean, you get him, in the 12th with the 12th pick in the draft, and the next thing you know, it's like, hey, they're just nailing guys. Pick 12, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, pick 11. They're nailing guys.
And I've been critical over the years, and I've said this over the years about Embiid, saying I don't know if you can ever win a title with Joel Embiid, and it's not necessarily an indictment on Joel. It's just everything we're talking about in this conversation.
Well, I would ask you this question. Let me put it this way. I used to say all the time, you can't out-Warriors the Warriors. Mm-hmm. In other words, they're shooting all these threes. You can't build a team to try to shoot more threes and shoot better threes than them. They have the greatest three-point shooter in the history of the game with Klay Thompson, who's a very, you have to do something that's completely different from them. Is that the Sixers' method here of, hey, we can't be young, run up and down, so now we have to do something different to make Indiana uncomfortable when they play us?
Yeah, I think that is the ticket of being creative and thinking of something different. But what is that? That's the problem. If you're insinuating it's just having Joel Embiid, I'm not buying that. I saw it. Like, I'm not buying it. I saw it that. If they can get another big guy with them, right, do something different like that, I don't know, maybe. But you can't have a guy that's a liability on defense. The Thunder, in their closeout game in the Western Conference Finals, they didn't take a three-pointer for like 14 minutes. Like, so they're the complete opposite of the Warriors.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, now, exactly. Now they're saying, hey, you did it that way. We're doing it this way. And now the whole league is starting to say, well, we're going to try to do it like them. I imagine that everybody's going to start trying to do things more. I wonder if this will cause teams to tank less.
What? What is this?
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, pick 11. Tyrese Halliburton was, 14. All these guys. Nobody on either team has a player that was drafted in the lottery. I mean, well, the top 5, right?
No, yeah, but also let's remember the Thunder and the situation they were in. They unloaded their team and just acquired a ton of assets. So they actually sort of did do a tanking.
Yeah, but none of their tanking got them a number 1 pick or a number 2 pick or number, like they weren't like where they were the worst team in the league and they ended up with the first pick.
Right. But it was still, I think, like a different approach when you say that. Like they were just the decision.
Actually, Holmgren, you forget because that draft, he was the second pick in the draft, Holmgren.
Right. And that was how many years ago?
Chet Holmgren, I think was 2022, I want to say, because he missed a year, right? He got hurt his rookie year or something like that. I think he was 2022. I'm pretty sure he was the second pick in the draft, now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. He definitely was like a top 3 pick. So, yeah, I think teams are still – here's the $1 million question. Teams like the Knicks and the 76ers, how do you get over the hump? That's the impossible question, I think, in the NBA.
Well, it's – the Knicks are almost where the Sixers kind of were a couple of years ago, where you're a 51-win team, you're the 3 seed, you're constantly the 3 or in the top, you're a 50-plus win team. You feel like but you can't get over the hump.
You're really good. You have a star. Your building's getting sold out every night. But in reality, you're not a title contender. And that's a scary place to be.
Yeah, no, where you have done a lot of right, but you just can't finish the deal. Did you see Danny Green on All the Smoke?
I saw some clips like on social, but I didn't watch the full thing, no.
I didn't watch the full thing, but I watched the portion of when he talked about playing for the Sixers, about why he signed with the Sixers. Why he signed with the Sixers. He said he signed with the Sixers because of Ben Simmons. And he's like, I specifically picked the Sixers because of Ben Simmons. No, he got traded to the Sixers, but he stayed there. He said, I decided to play with the Sixers again because of Ben Simmons. He said, that was the best time I ever had. Ben Simmons, he was saying about how amazing he was to play with. Really? He's like, I got 6 threes a game playing with that dude. He's like, it's amazing what he does for people, how many threes he got everybody, and the looks he would get you. He said, because everybody just like attacked him, and he was so good at finding the open man. He's like, so I chose to play with the Sixers because of Ben. But he's like, but in that game against the Hawks, he was like, we all saw it. He's like, dude, the guy just lost it. And at that moment, we were like, this guy's cooked. He's done. He's like, and I think mentally he's just never come back.
Recovered.
But you talk about like where this team would be with a Ben Simmons who was the all-star level player, how much that kind of just – we talk about where the Knicks are and how they can't find that player. The Sixers, did they have that player and he just mentally didn't have it?
Yeah, yes, right? I mean, that was one of the more infamous collapses mentally in Philly history, right? I mean, it's like this is an all-star, and this is a guy that was literally afraid to play basketball.
It's crazy because he would fit the league that we're talking about right now. Get out, run, defend, up and down, defense. You got a 6'10" guy who's getting up and down, run, defend. You know, shooting is not as big of a premium with these teams.
We used to have debates, me and you, and just fans in general, like Ben or Joel, because of the different styles.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah, you got to listen because Danny Green was talking about how he's like, dude, it was the greatest time I ever had playing. He's like, because I'm wide open all the time. He's like, you know, Ben just kind of gets 3 guys around him, and then he passes out, and we're standing in the corners on the wings wide open. He's like, I think he said he attempted like 6.8 threes a game that year with the Sixers.
Wow, I didn't realize his attempts were that high. That's yeah, it is crazy.
Yeah. All right, we got a lot because the NBA Finals starting this week. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Yeah, there's audio of the whole conversation of him talking about it, and then he talked about Ben. You know, he thought he had some mental issues that he just hasn't really kind of. He's like, it's a shame that it happened. He's like, but we kind of saw it in that Atlanta game and the whole series. He talked about the series. He actually talked about, like, they were telling him, don't worry about it. Go to the foul line. It's cool. You're going to foul somebody out. Like, just right. But he said he just didn't want to go to the foul line. Just did not want to go to the foul line. And they're like, dude, don't worry. Like, you're going to foul people out. Joel will get to the line. Like, just shoot the free throws. And, like, he just couldn't do it.
I saw Barstool Sports, the Pardon My Take thing, for whatever that's worth, but I saw just a clip and they were talking about Ben Simmons, and they brought up, they said, "Do you think the Sixers should bring Ben Simmons back?"
Yeah,
Right now.
that's the
Yeah.
conversation of all that stuff. All right, Sports Bash Live. We got segment 2 coming up on the other side. A lot more to dive into here on Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. All right, we got that. How about we take a look at some of the Philly stuff that's going on as well? We got the NBA Finals starting this week. It's all coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 532 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Bet365 play of the day coming up. We've been outstanding on those, winning everybody money. All right, we got another segment, Ryer Cy. By the way, so I found the audio stuff from Danny Green. I got the quotes that he put out there on Danny Green on the All the Smoke podcast. He was talking about, playing in Philly, playing with Ben Simmons, why he chose Philadelphia. He said, quote, I actually signed back because of Ben. I like playing with Ben. I had my career high in 3-point attempts playing with Ben. I was getting 6 a game, man. He's a hell of a player. He talked about that. He had 6.3 3-pointers per game that year playing with Ben Simmons. But he mentioned a story in that Atlanta game, and he said there was a lot going on that morning with the shoot-around. We weren't sure if Ben was even going to play. He got a false positive COVID test. Somebody near him had a false positive, so there was a lot going on in the morning, and he wasn't sure if he was going to play. And they think that whole day he kept thinking about having COVID. Now, you remember, this was at a time where if you thought you had COVID, like you thought your world might end. So they were talking about how all day he was freaking out because he thought he had COVID that morning.
Listen, I don't know, man. It's when you're at that level, you're held to a different standard. I know it was a crazy time in everyone's life, and I'm sure that factored in, right? But it's like, this dude couldn't handle Philly. There was just some guys that could handle it and some guys can't, right? That's just a fact of life in Philly as an athlete, especially at a high level.
Yeah. All that stuff is kind of crazy, though. But that's like the funny parts about these things, like you don't know behind the scenes of like, what the hell's wrong with this guy? He said, quote, I think he just didn't want to shoot free throws. We were like, yo, take free throws, shoot them. We don't care, man. We're going to get attempts. They're going to foul out. You're going to foul some people out. We're going to be in the bonus. Joel gets to the free line. Other guys will get to the free line. And he said he just did not want to shoot free throws.
And listen, MG, that wasn't all of a sudden that night that came out of nowhere. We were watching Ben for a while. And even at his best, we knew he was afraid to go to the line. Like, that was a trend for a while. That wasn't like, whoa, that came out of nowhere, COVID false positive, right? Like, he didn't want the smoke. He didn't want it.
No, and it's a shame because, the one year they said, this was pretty much, if Ben Simmons shot 50% from the line in that Atlanta series, the Sixers would have swept the Hawks.
Right. I mean, it's like, how much did they lose by in that game where he passed up the layup?
Just overall, the fact that it got to the seventh game. But in the first four games, if he would have shot 50% from the line, they would have won all 4 games. And he ends up shooting.
There's there was even lesser things that he could have done than have to shoot 50% from the line. Just to add to it. It's just insane. He didn't need to do much, and he just could not do any of it.
All right, what else we got today? What do you got?
Yeah, man. Phillies, Walker to the bullpen. Cy, or you like it?
Oh, 100% I like it. I mean, he should never start another game for the Phillies ever. There's no need to have him. He'll never start a playoff game. So anytime he starts a game, you're pitching a guy that you have no use for in the starting rotation. You have plenty of options to start games. You need to find out whether Taijuan Walker can help you as a bullpen arm. I don't personally think he can, but you at least owe it to him to say, hey, go prove to us that you can help us in the bullpen. And by the way, we need bullpen help so bad. Can you please help us in the bullpen? He should never start another game for this team. They don't need him to start a game. By the way, he's paid $18 million a year again next year.
Yeah, that's what a robbery. He should wear a ski mask when he goes out to the mound. But yeah, and if I'm Walker, I'm doing everything I can to become the best bullpen guy possible for this team because you're not seeing the mound as a starter in the playoffs. So let's
absolutely. It's the only way. In the first year he was here, he didn't pitch 1 inning in the playoffs. The second year he was here, he wasn't even on the playoff roster. Your only shot to help this team in the playoffs is in the bullpen role. So go out there and show them that you can help them out in that role. This is an easy move.
Chapman, I saw that there's a possibility that he may become available around the trade deadline. I mean, that's sort of an obvious. So you even have to pose the Cy, or do you like it, right? Obviously, if he says I want out, that's a no-brainer for the Phillies. Do you think that would be on the radar?
Yeah, he's a lefty, obviously, a veteran relief pitcher. I heard Jaron Duran that they're also putting him out on the trade block potentially as well. Very good outfielder, guy that, now he's left-handed. Would you want to add him? But if you're going to get a guy to play center field, I mean, he's been an all-star player. But to go back to Chapman, what would the Red Sox be looking for? Chapman's a free agent. 1-year deal left, so it would cost you about $5 million to bring him on. I think he's getting like $12 million a year. I think I heard the other day. So yeah, I would have high interest in you need a left-hander. He would be the guy to replace Alvarado, no question. But what level of prospect do you have to give up for a rental player? Are you willing to give up a Mick Abel level of player for a guy who's going to be here from August, September, and hopefully through October? That's a big question.
I am. Are you?
It's a hard one, man. It's a hard one. Now, if a 1-for-1, if you're telling me it's Mick Abel for Aroldis Chapman, that's quick gratification, and then you're going to be looking back on that because Chapman will be gone, and Mick Abel, who, listen, I'm willing to move Mick Abel because I don't think he has much of a future here either. That would be a tough one.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's an easy one. Your window is not that big. I think you do it.
I could be talked into that one.
All right. Maybe I'll talk you more into it as we get closer. I saw this sort of a random fun one. Do you sigh at Cooper Flagg reportedly making $28 million in NIL money at Duke?
What am I sighing about? If you can make that money, go for it. But this is why I think it's ridiculous. Why would I need to go play in the NBA if I'm making $28 million at Duke?
Dude, that's what I said. If I'm him, I'm staying all 4 years.
This is why the whole situation is a disaster paying these guys. Where in the world would you yearn to get to the highest level of basketball but have a job that pays you more?
Yeah, like you already made it. If you're making $30 million a year playing basketball at Duke, you made it. You made it. Why not do that for 3 more years? And guess what? You're probably going to make more than 30 if you come back.
Absolutely. So the system is a total disaster where you have now a player who's making more. I think that's the same situation with Shedeur Sanders. I think he was getting paid more to be the quarterback at Colorado than he's getting paid to be the quarterback in Cleveland. So why would he have left Colorado with another year left?
He has to be regretting that, right? I mean, how is he not? Sanders.
100%. 100% that the system's a mess. The system's a mess.
Yeah, it's a mess. I don't know how much time we have. I have a couple more if you want to work them in, but
yeah, we good.
All right, cool. Eagles thought. So coming off the Super Bowl win now for the second time, we're a little bit, we're jealous, I guess. Not jealous. We're a little bit spoiled. Excuse me. But I don't know if you agree with this, if you sigh at it or not, but I was thinking, I'm like, man, the only problem with winning the Super Bowl as a fan base is it feels like the team's playing with house money. Like, do you agree at that thought, or do you understand it, or do you sigh at it, right? Because it just feels like it's like, it don't matter, they won last year,
Isn't that always the year after the championship? It's like, can you really enter a year? This is why, like, you win a championship and the euphoria of winning the championship. Right. But then the next season, the realistic, it becomes realistic that winning back-to-back is like a pipe dream. Right. And even if you win back-to-back, okay, now let's say you've won back-to-back. At what point do you not feel the same euphoria, number one? And number two, at some point you're not winning it again. So you're going into the season essentially knowing the goal of winning is not realistic.
And it's almost, this is crazy to say, but the chase is almost more fun than winning it.
Right. Like I get some, guy on Twitter all the time who says, why do you talk about the Sixers, blah, blah, blah. I said, because the chase is the fun. That's what being a fan is fans love talking about how to construct teams. Because in our mind, we think that like we could be GMs. That's why fantasy sports are so popular. The Sixers are a prime situation of, I think I have the answers. I think I can fix the team. I know who to draft. I know who to trade. I know who to sign. That's why the Sixers are such a fascinating discussion. If the Sixers are 42-42, and they have the 18th pick in the draft, that's not nearly as fascinating to try to fix them.
Yeah, and it's, as fans, we love to complain as well. It's like, the Sixers have gone a long time without winning a title. The Cubs, 100 years. It's like that's the fun part. The struggle's the fun part. Like coming off a Super Bowl win, it's like you don't know how to act.
Well, yeah, because you don't have anything to complain about. Then the next season comes, and then the realization, I saw your tweet about this, is that do you get a free pass for the year? Like, when they won the Super Bowl before, everybody laughed because they got booed in like the first half of the first game or something like that after they won the Super Bowl. And it's like, every year is different, but it's also connected that you just won the Super Bowl. How realistic is it that you win back-to-back? I know it's realistic, but if you don't win the Super Bowl, like, is that a failure?
No, it's like if they win 3 games, of course everyone's going to be pissed, and then it's going to cause for a great offseason next year. But everyone's going to be like in the back of their minds or in the forefront, Super Bowl champs. Like it's a free pass.
Well, what was the life, like how long did the 2017 Super Bowl kind of go before you like forgot about that and then moved on to, all right, now it's been a while since you won that Super Bowl?
I think it's 1 year, and maybe that's just for Philly. But I think it's 1 full year removed. Like coming off a championship is okay. It is what it is, like we're saying. But
I think the Eagles are well positioned that if they don't win the Super Bowl this year, that they're back in contention to win it the following year.
Yeah, and yes, absolutely, because of Howie, because of Jalen.
Well, and they have a lot of cap space. They have a lot of young players. They have a lot of draft picks that are still coming. They have like 8 draft picks in the top 3 rounds, like between now and 2027 or something to that effect. But so I think they're well positioned if they don't win it this year to be back in position. You just want to be in position to win it every single year. That's what made the Sixers like what they were for that little span there. While they never got out of the second round, they had that run of,
we thought
this could be the year. This could be the year. This could be the year. And now you're at that point of now what? I think the Knicks are getting to that point where now they got out of the second round, the Knicks. So to give them that credit, they did get there. But their next turn is now what? Now how do we get out of the Eastern Conference Finals? What move do they have left? Because to get Mikal Bridges, they gave up a lot to get him.
Man, and I was watching him, and I'm a big fan of Bridges, but watching him a lot in that series, sometimes I'm like, this dude stinks. Like, and it was just a mismatch, but it was just like, this dude stinks, dude. His shot's ugly. When his shot's not going in, you're like, Nick's got a lot of deficiencies.
I was not a huge fan of that trade. I thought they gave up way too much. And then I said over and over, I don't think the Knicks – I think they got talent-wise better, but I didn't think they were a better team than the year before. Now, they got further, again, like we talked about the last segment, but,
Yeah, they're still not there.
Yeah, I think they gave up. I think they took a shortcut. They beat the Sixers. They got beat by the Pacers last year, and I think they took a shortcut instead of just playing the slow game with Brunson and Hartenstein and OG and Hart, and then trying to like get a draft choice. That they tried to take the shortcut, like a lot of teams do, and say, "Let's make the big move. Let's go get Cat." And you're like, yeah, we got Cat. And then you're realizing Cat stinks, dude. Like,
Cat ain't the answer. And that's the problem is the convo in New York now is Tibbs. Should he be fired? And I think it's a fair question. I know we feel differently about the coach, but I don't know, man. I don't know if Tibbs can get this team to where it needs to get to.
Pretty crazy. All right. We got, by the way, poll question at Mike Gill Show. How far will the Phillies go? World Series, NLCS, NLDS, or wild card? Where are you voting?
I would say the majority of the poll says NLCS.
19%.
Okay. It's NLCS or World Series is my vote. And probably
that's how far I said it says how far will they go?
Man, I don't know, dude. It depends on what they do. Right now, I'll say NLCS right now.
Okay. The final tallies of the poll question at Mike Gill Show are, and we will pop them up on the screen for the people watching. There you go. Poll question is up. Wild card is the winner. 36% say wild card is how far the Phillies will go. 27% say NLDS. 19 say NLCS, and only 17 believe they will go to the World Series.
This is a team on Friday that was in first in the National League.
Yeah, well, guess what? You piled up 16 wins against the Rockies, the Athletics, the Whites. I mean, that's what happens. It's the roller coaster. But the Mets are playing their Rockies and White Sox right now. The Phillies they're all done with the White Sox. They're all done with the Rockies. They're all done. Now the schedule's going to start evening back out, and now it's going to be an even race. The Phillies and Mets play on June 21st, 2nd, or June 20, 21, and 22. That will be the starting point of who wins the NL East.
Yeah, these Phillies Mets series throughout the summer are going to be a blast.
Yes. All right. That's today's Rye or Sigh. I'm sighing at the fact that the Phillies get knocked out before. Maybe I'm not. We'll talk more about it all summer long. Thanks, man.
Later.
All right. Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. We'll close out the show with the Bet365 play of the day next. 5:53, time for the Bet365 play of the day. How'd we do on Friday's show, Josh?
Well, Mike, the LA Sparks let you down. They had trouble with turnovers. They couldn't make threes in the first half, and they couldn't cover the 10.5-point spread against the Las Vegas Aces. But you are still 175, 115, and 1.
Okay, well, I'll take that record. I'm going to go baseball. There's no hoops tonight anywhere to be found. Mets and Dodgers, late one, going to have to stay up for this one. But I see a couple of guys who have a lot of runs in their future. Give me the over 9 runs tonight, Mets and Dodgers. Paul Blackburn gets the start for the Mets. Dustin May goes for the Dodgers. Mets-Dodgers. I got the over 9 late night game, a little 10-10 baseball on the MLB Network. I'll be watching a little bit of that.
I like it.
No hoops anywhere tonight. No women's hoops. No
yeah, the
WNBA
women's are even off
for
today. I learned that just now. I was checking my women's fantasy basketball team, and I was like, nobody's playing tonight? What the heck?
Did you hear that, everybody? His women's fantasy basketball team. How many people are in this league? Did you have a draft, or is this like a...
It's one of those ESPN public leagues.
I was going to say, you couldn't find like 8 buddies to get in this league. Not even.
This is like one of those things, like, you know, if you have like ESPN Plus, you can get like in on those leagues and like you win prizes.
That's unbelievable. Crazy.
It's
All
real.
right, that'll do it for the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Thank you for listening. Thank you to everybody who watched. If you are out there on YouTube or on the X platform, appreciate you guys, as always, on the text board, everybody who got involved on the show today. Tomorrow, Frank Close has his Phillies mailbag. They are heading to Toronto. Actually, they're in Toronto right now. And they will start tomorrow. By the way, if you're just tuning in, Zach Wheeler's wife is having a baby, so he will not pitch in the series. He has been bumped the entire series. For more, go to our website, 973ESPN.com. See ya.